day, and now we see the players coming here again for the last 3 rounds of the tournament. Everything promises to become a very interesting, exciting fight. First of all, about the tournament situation at the moment. Hikaru Nakamura is leading after he unexpectedly won against Vasily Ivanchuk 2 days ago. First, Vasily had a big advantage in the middle game, but then he lost on time in equal position. This unexpected win allowed Hikaru Nakamura to become the first in the tournament. The previous leader, Boris Gelfand, lost to Caruana, and together with Fabiano, he is half a point behind the leader. Fabiano Caruana has the best chances to qualify for the candidates tournament. For this last place, he is fighting with Alexander Grischuk, and with 3 rounds to go, he has the best chances. But of course, everything is possible, so everything promises us an excellent, very interesting, exciting fight. Also, it will be a very special day because of the other occasion, because here in the tournament hall I have seen 2 very interesting persons. One of them is Yuri Garet, and the second person is Grandmaster Konstantin Landa, who are both in Paris on an occasion of the meeting of the FIDE Anti-Cheating Commission. And in 1 hour they will come here to the press center, and we will have a very interesting conversation which will discuss many things in the chess world, and especially the anti-cheating measures, because lately cheating in the tournaments has become a plague of the modern chess. So I believe not only me, but also you, the visitors, and many other people in this world are very curious and eager to learn the latest developments on this front. So this meeting with Yuri Garet and Konstantin Landa will begin at 4 o'clock in 50 minutes from now. So until then, I have a possibility to look at the current games in this tournament. And let us look from the first game, Dominguez-Fressinet. So this game is now being played in the Berlin variation of the Ruy Lopez. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, castle, knight e4. This Berlin variation is very popular nowadays, and we have already seen this variation in a couple of the games. So far, Black is doing well, making draws, not losing any game in this variation. d4, knight d6, bishop c6, dc6, d5, knight f5. Now exchange on d8, king d8. So this is the beginning position of the Berlin variation. Here white has plenty of possibilities. Knight c3, rook d1, h3, b3. So just almost all normal moves are possible here for white in this position. And the move h3 has been played here. Bishop d7, and now white is thinking. Dominguez has already had this variation in his white game against Etienne Bakrot several days ago. And it is quite funny that against another French player in this tournament. He chose the same variation as White. White now is thinking, and it gives us the possibility to move further and look at another game, Bakrot-Vachier. Just I need to update the video because I don't see what is happening on the bot. I'm sorry for technical problems. Okay, the technical problem has been solved, and now I can continue commenting on the game Bakrot-Vachier. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, and bishop b4 has been played. So it tells us that it is a Bogolyubov variation. Bishop d2. Of course, this move is not the only one. Very good alternative is to play knight bd2 here. Instead of taking on d2, as happened in the present game, Black can also return with the bishop to e7, and then if g3, then we have a very popular variation, the Catalan defense. Queen d2, d5, g3, castle, bishop g2, now knight bd7. It looks like a Catalan, but with the exchange of the black squared bishops. Usually the exchange of such bishops is pleasant for white in the Catalan defense, because now after castle and the move c6 we see that black has a bad bishop c8, so surrounded from all sides by the pawns standing on the same color as the bishop. So from the common point of view, white here is standing slightly better. And if you are going into such a position as black, for example, directly from the Catalan defense, then you prefer not to exchange bishops on d2, but after bishop d2, return to e7. But of course, Vachier is a very original, creative Chinese player, and in this tournament he demonstrates very good opening preparation and creative original play. And since he went for this variation, it means that he has prepared ideas and plans and home. So rook c1 has been played, and at the moment Vachier is thinking. The most natural reaction for black at this moment is of course to play b6, bishop b7, and then try to finish the development. At this moment black is thinking, and we have a possibility to move further and look at another game, Nakamura-Mamedyarov. At the moment, Hikaru Nakamura is leading in this tournament, and of course, this is the game number 1 that we have to follow in this round. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, and now white chooses one of the most popular variations of the Nemtsovich defense, queen c2. Another popular move is e3, but still queen c2 is considered to be one of the most unpleasant variations for black. As a long-time player of Nemtsovich defense as black, I always have problems dealing with this variation. What only haven't I played here in this position? c5, d5, and castled. So basically all main variations and systems in this variation were played by me as black. Recently we were also studying this variation in Holland at a training session with Robin van Kampen and Benjamin Bock. So here after the move queen c2, the main answers for black are c5, d5, and the short castle. In this variation, Ruslan Ponomarev chose to play the move d5, a3, bishop c3, queen c3, knight e4, queen c2, and now the move c5. Besides this move, black has other possibilities: knight c6, e5, castle. So c5 is a very interesting move. c5, dc5, knight c6, e3, queen a5, bishop d2. So of course this is everything is theory, and it is possible to see that both players are making their moves very quickly. It means that they're in their home preparation. Knight d2, queen d2, and now black took on c4. If now white takes on c4 with the bishop, then after the move queen c5, followed by the retreat of the queen to e7, d7, and the simple castle, black should be okay. Usually in such structures, in this position, black does not have any problem. So in this position, queen a5, knight a5, rook c1 with the idea to win the pawn on c4 looks very interesting. If white doesn't play like this, or instead of rook c1 it is also possible to make another move, maybe knight f3, then it is difficult to imagine that white can fight for advantage in this position. So the choice of the opening variation of Hikaru Nakamura is quite solid in this game, because in this operation, as a white player, he would have chosen much more complex and sharp approach. But at this moment he is leading in the tournament, and it is quite understandable that he doesn't want to take too much risk, and so he is choosing quite a safe line by white. So at this moment he is thinking, and we can move further and to look at the next game. And this is the game Gelfand-Ivanchuk. Boris Gelfand together with Vasily Ivanchuk are the oldest player in this tournament. So sometimes they are called veterans. And it is still remarkable that at their age they are fighting on the highest level possible and achieve excellent results. Especially the play of Boris Gelfand should be admired very much. In this tournament, Vasily Ivanchuk is not playing his best chess. He lost 3 games, won 2 games, and his losses were completely unnecessary, especially the loss against Hikaru Nakamura 2 days ago. In this game, Boris Gelfand has white pieces, and definitely he will try to do his best in order to win this game today, because he is playing with the white pieces. He is playing against Vasily, who is not best in form, and winning this game will give him good chances to catch up with the leader of the tournament. And already I see on board that the game took a very complex, interesting and unbalanced character. So we can see here a very interesting fight. d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6. Here we have the Slav variation at the moment, and similar positions already took place in the game of Vasily Ivanchuk in the previous rounds. So now e3, a6, knight c3, and the plan with b5 is quite a popular plan. So Black wants to start some fight on the queen side, and when the queen side is blocked by the move c5, which at the moment is the most principal reaction of white, Black in his turn must try to create some kind of counterplay in the center, breaking through by means e7, e5. Not exactly the same position, but a very similar structure we saw in the game Ivanchuk against Alexander Grischuk several days ago. Only then the pawns were on b7 and a7. And Vasily Ivanchuk, as white, lost that fight. Now he is He's trying to repeat the similar structure, but only with the black pieces. So g6 has been played, knight e5, bishop g7, and now the move f4. As I've already explained to you earlier, the main play for black lies in the possibility to conduct freeing e7, e5 in order to create a counterplay in the center. So playing knight e5 and f4 so early, white is planning to limit such play in the future. And with the knight on e5 and the pawn on f4, it is much more difficult for black to organize such kind of play in the center. The drawback of the move f4 is that square e4 has been weakened. And if you remember the previous game, Ivanchuk-Grischuk, then there white lost because of the weakness of the square e4. At some moment, black played knight g4, knight e4, and forced white to exchange on e4, and then the bishop c8 would, which at the moment is not so good, later became very active. Now a5 has been played. The idea of this move in order to stop the possible play of white with the move a4, because if now a4, and black simply plays b4. Also another idea is to have a possibility to play bishop a6, then maybe b4, and exchange the bishop on c8. And then white will remain with the bet bishop c1. Bishop e2 now, and now the move h5, the prophylactic move in order to stop possible white play connected with the move g2, g4. Now bishop, no castle, and the move bishop f5. So black wants to play knight e4, to exchange the knight, maybe later to play f6, force the knight e5 away from the square e5. So this position is very, very interesting, very complex, and also it is possible to conclude now that the fight in this game will be very, very interesting, multi-sided, and double-edged. At the moment, white is thinking, so we can go further and look at the next game, Giri-Caruana. Anish Giri is my compatriot, and at this moment he is staying on the last place with only 2 points. He lost 4 games and made 4 draws. Of course, he is playing much stronger than his result, but in this tournament he is out of form, which is demonstrated by his numerous mistakes, sometimes blunders. Caruana is trailing half a point behind the leader, but of course in this game he is playing black, and already it is possible to see that Caruana wants to use the tournament situation, and although he is playing black in this game, he wants to win, and the choice of the opening in this game is a play for a win. So let us look. d4, d6, now e4, knight f6. So if normally white plays here knight c3, then we have defense of Prix Ufimtsev. And although this variation has a dubious reputation from the side of black, very often the play takes unbalanced and unclear character. And since in this game I've already told you, Fabiano is playing for a win, and he wants to win in this game, so it means that if you want to win, then sometimes you must take a risk. Usually Caruana does not play this variation as black, so choice of this opening is motivated not only by the desire to get an unclear, unbalanced position, but also with an idea to avoid the theoretical preparation of his opponent. At this tournament, Anish Giri is assisted by Robin van Kampen, and he is normally, in most of the games, well prepared. But of course, there are problems in his opening repertoire. There are still things that he doesn't know. And that's why Caruana is choosing a rare variation which has a dubious reputation. So after knight f6, the main answer by white is the move knight c3. Anish made another move f3, which is of course also in his turn his try to avoid the possible preparation of Caruana in the main lines after the move knight c3. And now the move c5. So everything is played to go off the main theoretical lines as quickly as possible in order to start own original play. d5, e6, c4, ed5, cd5, bishop e7. This is also quite an unusual move, because usually in Benoni, or Indian defense as it's called, usually black plays g6 and then develops his bishop to g7. Even the development of the bishop to e7 is less usual. And Fabiano is playing very quickly so far. He has 1 hour 49 minutes left, and Anish is thinking at the moment. It is a clear sign that this position is not very well known for him. But nevertheless, even in the unknown positions, you must try to follow the simple chess principles. First of all, you must develop your pieces and then castle. This position usually gives white an advantage with the correct play. So I believe that if Anish plays normal chess and shows the level of chess that he can play, then he gets good chances to punish his opponent for his risky opening play. And now let us look at the last game of the today's round, and this is the game Tomashevsky-Grischuk. Both players are from Russia, and Evgeny Tomashevsky for the moment remains the only player in this tournament who made all 8 draws in the tournament. Of course, this is an achievement because this tournament has very strict Sophia rules. Even you cannot offer the draw to your opponent before at any moment. So basically the players have to play until the very end of the game, and the only possibility to make a draw earlier is the repetition of moves. So let's look and see at this game. Evgeny, as I've already told you, is playing very solid chess. Sometimes he is even trying to create complications to make the play sharp, but not everything depends only on him. And in principle, chess is a correct game, and if nobody of the opponents is making mistakes, then usually the game finishes in a draw. But it is also necessary to add that 2 days ago, in his game against Laurent Fressinier, he was in serious trouble of losing. And immediately after the first time control, his position was very critical. And with the correct play, Laurent Fressinier could have won that game. But again, Laurent played too quickly after the first time control, so we see the similar trend as in his game against Ivanchuk, because then after the time control, Laurent started playing quickly and first missed the advantage and then a draw. Also in the game against Tomashevsky, he had a winning position after the first time control, but then he played too quickly and let his opponent escaped with a very nice trick d4, d3. And for Alexander Grischuk, the tournament situation forces him to take much more risk, because not only the place in this tournament, not only the money prize at stake, but also the place at the candidates tournament. And at this moment he is trailing behind Caruana, and it means that he needs to take drastic measures in order to fight for the qualification for the candidates tournament. And that's why the choice of the opening in this game is very sharp. So let us look what is happening in this game. d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6. Now we have the King's Indian defense on board, and usually this opening is a very risky opening, but also many-sided, very complex, and it is an excellent weapon to play for a win as black. h3, castle, bishop g5, and now I see that black plays c5 now, and after d5, e6, bishop d3, and now the exchange on d5. White takes on d5 with the c pawn, and now we have the structure very similar or exactly the same as in Benoni or the Indian defense. Only we got this structure from a completely different opening. And you see a very similar type of structure in another player today in the game Giri-Caruana. So you see that both players trying to qualify for the candidates tournament are choosing the same approach in their openings game. Both of them want to create a complex position, and they are playing for a win with black pieces. So another very interesting and exciting game. Probably such a choice of opening from the black side remains a surprise for Evgeny Tomashevsky, because he is thinking for the moment, and he is using a lot of time right now. And Alexander Grischuk is making all his moves very quickly. At this moment he has 1 hour 57 minutes left, and Evgeny Tomashevsky used already 30 times more than his opponent. So it is clear that the opening surprise of Alexander Grischuk is working. He has managed to establish a concrete, unusual, unbalanced play, even connected with a pawn sacrifice after the move b5. And now I see that in this game Evgeny Tomashevsky has become afraid of the opening preparation of his opponent, and he became scared and didn't take the pawn on b5. Of course, in such positions, you must accept this sacrifice, and you should take on b5. And after white has played knight f3, so it is possible more or less possible to conclude that at least black has managed a psychological battle in this game, and white has become scared. So we have made a full circle. We have looked at all games being played at the moment. So now I can return to the first games of this round. So let's look at the game Dominguez-Freycinet. So this game is developing very quickly. Already 16 moves have been played so far. So let us look. After the move bishop d7, just to remind you that the development of the bishop to d7 is not very usual in the Berlin. Usually black develops his bishop on e6. But we've already seen this kind of development in another game when also black played bishop d7, rook d1, king e8, knight c3, and now the move h6. Also very often black plays h5 here in order to limit white activity on the king side. Of course, each move made by black has its advantages and drawbacks. The move h6 is a little bit passive because it allows white to play g2, g4 at some point and win the space on the king side. And usually white is playing on the king side because he has a pawns majority on this part of the board, 4 pawns against 3. But if instead of the move h6 black plays h5, then black can have a problem because of the weakening of the square g5. So let us look at this game. Bishop f4 has been played. Now rook d8. And now the move g4. white is trying to gain as much space as possible on the king side. Now knight d4, knight g6, bishop g3, h5, and now the move f3. I believe so far everything this is theory, and both players are more or less in the known territory for them. As always in such positions, white is slightly better, but black position is very solid, and white needs to create something special to get advantage in this position. This moment black is thinking, so we can now look at another game, and this is the game Bakrot-Vachier. After the move rook c1, black has made the most natural move in the position. The move b6, we were already talking about this move. And now if you compare this position with the position when the bishop e7 and bishop d2 are not exchanged, then in this position white gets a chance to begin the play on the queen side, beginning with the move b4. If bishop is on b2 and another bishop is on e7, never white gets such kind of play. And now the move a5. Developing normally, bishop b7 simply will leave black with a passive, quite unpleasant position, because the bishop on b7 is limited with the pawns c6, d5, e6, and it is not so easy for black to get counterplay. Playing a5, black in his turn wants to exchange some pawns on the queen side to give space for his bishop c8. So Etienne Bakrot is thinking how to react, or simply ignore this move a5, or to play b4, b5 now. And this is a important choice that white has to make at this moment, because the choice that white is going to make now makes influence on the further course of this game. Now going to the next game, Nakamura-Mamedyarov. So we were looking for the last time at the position after the move dc4, and in this game white is playing exactly according to my prediction. So white takes now on a5, because otherwise black simply takes on c5 and equalizes comfortably. Knight e5, and now the move rook c1, winning the pawn on c4. It is quite obvious that it is not possible to protect the pawn on c4, so black needs to take serious measures to organize the counterplay. So after the move rook c1, black plays b5, cb6, and now bishop b7. It looks like kind of the Volga gambit, but only in the ending and in the Nemtsovich defense. Sacrificing the pawn for the moment, black wants to use the development advantages in this position. So if you look at the position, then you see that the bishop is still on f1, the knight is on g1, and the rook on h1 are still standing, and the black pieces are already developed. So sacrificing the pawn black wants to open the lines on the queen side, especially the line B. Then he wants to play king e7, rook b8, and organize the pressure, the attack on the pawn b2. So this is the idea behind the black plan. Of course, this variation looks a little bit risky for black, as any kind of play connected with the sacrifice of the material. But of course, in this tournament, Ruslan Ponomarev is not alone, but he is accompanied by a second, a very strong Ukrainian player, Vladimir Baklan. And of course, he is doing his work, and he is helping Ruslan to prepare. So it means that this pawn sacrifice has been prepared at home. And in general terms, it should be okay for black if such a strong player as Ruslan Ponomarev choosing this line. So now let us look at the game Gelfand-Ivanchuk. Of course, it is a very interesting game. So let's see. After bishop f5, bishop f3 has been played, and now it is possible to conclude. I'm pretty sure that at the moment both players are out of their opening preparation, and from now on they must use the time and think how to develop further, how to make the next move. But so far I think white is standing better at the moment because he has a space advantage. Also the pawns b5, c6, d5 look a little bit vulnerable, and frankly speaking, I don't like black position for the moment, because it is very difficult to organize concrete play, concrete counterplay for black in this turn, at this moment, and it is usually connected with the move f6 and later e5. So I believe white here is standing better. So couple of moves were played in the game Giri-Caruana. So let us look also at that game. After the move bishop e7, so Anish is playing exactly according to the chess principles. So he makes the most natural developing move, bishop d3, castle, knight e2, knight d7, and castles. Everything is clear so far. Not acquainted with the theoretical developments in this extremely rare line, Anish simply is trying to develop his pieces and castle. But after his last move, he must now look at the consequences of the move knight e5, and if now bishop c2, then the move b5 can come. Usually in such positions, black in one or another way must try to conduct this move. And if white does not move his bishop d3 away, then black can exchange it. And usually it is in black's favor, because it will be much easier to create the play with a move f7, f5. So maybe instead of the move castling here, it was worth playing knight c3 first, with the idea knight e5, bishop c2, and now we see that the knight on c3 is controlling the square b5. So it is not so easy for black to conduct this typical move immediately. But okay, so far everything is normal. The players are just out of the opening preparation, and from now on we will see pure play. So usually when both players are playing their chess, the stronger player usually wins, especially in such complex and not theoretical positions. Who understands chess better then usually gets the advantage here. No moves were played in the game Tomashevsky Grischuk. So the fact that Yevgeny has rejected the pawn sacrifice came as a surprise for Alexander, probably because he is now thinking and already used 10 minutes of his time. So probably he also now is out of his opening preparation. So he needs to choose a plan what to do with the pawn on b5, which is hanging, how to react it, to play c4 or b4, or to try to defend this pawn playing a6 or maybe bishop d7 simply. So important strategical decisions should be made in this game also. Several moves were played in the game Dominguez so let us look. Bishop c5 has been played, and now the move knight e4. Dominguez is playing rather quickly for the moment, and Laurent is using more time than his opponent. Usually the theory of the Berlin defense goes much deeper and further than in any opening lines. So let us look at other games or their developments there. Basically no huge developments for the moment, because it is now obvious that the players are leaving their opening preparation, they're entering the middle game, and with plenty of time to think. Also, there is no any kind of time trouble threat in sight, so they can afford to think and choose appropriate way of thinking. In the game Bakrot-Vachier, after the move a5, b5 has been played, so the most natural reaction. And now it is a turn of black how to handle this move. If black takes on b5, then after cb5, bishop b7, we see that the position of black is quite passive, because the bishop on b7 does not have any kind of perspective. From all sides he is limited by the pawns. And the only good thing that the bishop on b7 is doing is protecting the square c6. So if black goes to this position, then it is quite unpleasant for them. So he's just only fighting for a draw and trying to make a draw in this game. After b5 there is another possibility, maybe to play bishop b7, but more or less it can lead practically to the same position, because after the move cd5 it is extremely risky to take on b5, because now the pawn structure of black in the center is completely destroyed. Maybe it is okay, I don't know this variation, but it looks suspicious. Also, after the move bishop b7, it is necessary to look at the following possibility: bc6, bishop c6, and now cd5. After bishop d5, now, for example, the move knight c3. So definitely after the move b5, black needs to take some time to make a correct decision. What does he want in this game? So one move has been played in the game Nakamura-Mamedyarov. Hikaru made the most natural developing move knight f3, but of course it was worth trying and winning this pawn on a7. Playing knight f3 more or less means that Hikaru is not entirely prepared for this variation. Maybe he is not ready to go for the main lines, I don't know. But still, after the move a b6, white can take on c4. For example, after rook c8, white has the check on b5, keeping an extra pawn. Maybe this move knight f3 is not so bad at all, but of course, I repeat, it looks very natural to take the pawn on a7. Although, of course, knight f3 is a natural developing move in the position. Couple of moves were played in the game Giri-Caruana. So let us look. After after the lone castle, black decided not to play knight e5. So he played rook b8, a4, a6. And now white probably has to play a5 in order to stop black play connected with the move b7, b5. So far, that was it for now for my live coverage of the 9th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. As I've already announced before, at 4 o'clock we have very interesting guests in studio, and soon I will be back online with a conversation with Yuri Garet and Konstantin Landa. Everyone, and now in studio I have a very special guest at the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. I think that most of the people connected to chess know Yuri Garrett very well. I know him for years, and he plays a very important role in the modern chess. He is the organizer of the numerous Italian chess tournaments. I personally played in a couple of tournaments organized by him. He is also the owner of the chess publishing house in Rome, in Italy, producing many interesting chess books. He is also the manager of different Italian and international players. At the moment, he is the member of the board of the Association of the Chess Professionals. And the last thing that he is busy now, he is the member of the Anti-Cheating Commission of FIDE. And exactly from this last activity, I would like to start our conversation. Because at the moment, cheating in chess has become a very serious and important problem.
First of all, yes, good afternoon to you all, and I have to apologize for being late, but we were busy tackling cheating in the other room where we are having an important meeting of the Anti-Cheating Commission, or committee actually. So this is why I was slightly late, because we were sorting out a few details. I think that, as Sergei just hinted, cheating is a major problem and obstacle to chess today. It is undermining our credibility and, in a way, also our stability. And so for this reason, FIDE and the ACP teamed up, and we are working very hard on the problem. You have to keep in mind that cheating has always occurred, not only in chess, in everything. And okay, we all know a few ways of cheating. We started in school, probably, by copying, and this is still very true in chess. People copy their books and they put them in their pockets, and then they go to the toilet and then they read. And this still happens every day. Then we grew up a little bit, all of us, and we started cheating on other people, which is something you don't do when you're young. But when you're older, you start cheating on other people, and this happens in chess also. And all these things evolve day by day. So we cannot think that to devise a system that will beat cheating as it is today, because this will be old tomorrow. And this is why we are working hard to devise a framework whereby we will combine a series of tests, of empowerment actions, and start tackling cheating.
Maybe the question, when was the FIDE Anti-Cheating Commission established?
I am not prepared to respond to this question, but I can go back. I think we've been working for the last 6 months.
Already half an hour, yeah? Half a year.
More or less, yes. We've had a number of very fruitful Skype and live meetings, and this is, yes, work is already well underway.
For half a year, approximately.
Approximately. It could be 4 months. Yes.
And could you tell what FIDE is planning to do, and maybe more or less give a clue or a hint? So which measures will be implemented, and how are you going to fight the cheaters?
We will catch them all. This is what we will do. We will handpick them one by one.
Yeah. This deserves applauses.
Yes. I came here to get some applauses. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to combine what we call physical and statistical evidence. We will provide the arbiters with changes in the regulations so that they will have more powers. The arbiters will, of course, need to undergo extra training because they will need to have more skills. and to take a more proactive stance. Like we were probably used to having an arbiter sitting in a room behind a computer and more or less overseeing the room, waiting for something to happen. But this can no longer be. Arbiter has to be more and more like football. So the arbiter has to roam around the field in search of offensive behavior, so to speak. And also he has to be empowered, exactly as in football. You can think of any football star, Lionel Messi, he will never, never, never reply to an arbiter's command. If the arbiter says so, Lionel will leave the ball and move away. This is where we are going towards. I mean, the arbiters will have, in cheating affairs, they will have a little bit more powers.
So they can search for the players to look for the electronic devices, or the arbiter will be simply watching the games on the computer and then looking at the correlations between the strong moves of Ripta.
It is slightly more complicated than this. The arbiters, indeed there will be changes to the laws of chess, because what few people realize today is that when you are playing chess, you are not out there in the world. You are playing in a regulated activity, just as with football. I mean, if you really think about it, men are running in a field in pants when they play chess. When they play football. If they do this here, they will arrest them. I mean, nobody can just run around in pants. It's not normal. You will not go running in pants. Okay, arrest them is a little bit too much. But you will not go in a business meeting with your pants, but you do so in football. There is a special attire for playing football because there are special regulations. For example, if you kick somebody in the legs when you're walking outside of this building, you will probably be prosecuted. He will sue you, you will be arrested or whatever. But this does not happen in football because it is legal to kick someone and it's part of the game. So there are special sets of rules that apply. The arbiter will search the player when he gets in the field. He will check his shoes. But you know that if we are walking and somebody, can I check your shoes? You will say no, because he doesn't have a right to do so. But if you want to play in the Premier League, well, you have to say, I surrender my rights and you can check my shoes. So I can say that it is reasonable to say that changes in the laws of chess will be introduced to the effect that the arbiters will increase their searching powers. To which extent, it is too early to say, but I think that a recommendation might be in this field.
And is it easier to completely forbid all electronic devices in the playing hall, that the player is not allowed to bring mobile phones, any kind of computers into the room? I think it is...
It is just as easy as if it is when we are fighting alcoholism to forbid everyone to drink. So if I come and say, look, alcoholism is a problem, so from tomorrow nobody drinks, in 5 days we will be all dead. The same would happen to chess. If we start, you must remember that we don't only have Olympiads, we also have amateur tournaments with grandmasters playing. And most of the players will come back from the office or from any other engagements, and they will have their laptops, their cameras, their watches, their mobiles with them. And we cannot ask the whole of the chess community to leave their laptops, mobiles and everything at home and not participate in a tournament because Mickey Mouse was cheating. No, this is not the point. The point is finding a way that the player who comes in the playing hall with these devices is not allowed to use them. And we have found a few systems which are under debate. I will not get into the details, but we feel that it should not be totally forbidden to take these devices into the playing hall, at least at the amateur level, which introduces a new subject. We will probably, although this is still under debate, we will probably have two different tiers of regulations. Like one regulation is for top tournaments. This is very clear. In top tournaments, it's only professionals.
Only high level of cheating possible.
Yes, okay, and it's very costly, and we will have a different set of rules. Because it's to
with
cheat.
Special services of the country that sometimes can be involved and help the players to cheat.
Yes, yes. We all know in the past it
it can happen. Yeah.
It can happen. I mean, there's
you mean something specific there, I think.
well, we all know the Karpov Korchnoi matches. There have been allegations of both sides of help from KGB or yogurts and all these things. Zachar.
And also at the moment some of the top players in certain countries have connections with the security service in the countries of origin. So
okay, so my name is no longer Yuri Garrett. I'm changing my identity as of today. I don't want to be killed. So
okay.
now I'm afraid.
But okay, so just lost my thought.
Your thread. No, let's try to recuperate. Yes.
So
there are different layers of intervention. For amateur tournaments, it's different. We have to have different set of rules. For top tournaments, it's the main difference being that for top tournaments there are sponsors, there is a whole system, there's a budget which is bigger, so we can plan to, I don't know, involve echelon and have satellite control. But you cannot ask a small organizer to have a safe, to have scanners, scramblers, and all these things, because this will impact the budget severely. Of course, we can recommend the use of scanners.
Not for all tournaments. Not for
but
all.
we can recommend it. And now this becomes a market issue. An organizer who has the strength to provide players with lockers for free, where you can put your devices and take a key with you, well, this is winning on the market because he's just offering an extra service. But the small organizer who cannot afford to buy the lockers and he cannot afford to buy the scanners or the scramblers, well, he cannot be obliged to buy these things because this is the death of chess.
So in principle, the situation, for example, I can tell the story from my own tournament where I've played. I saw the player bringing the laptop to the tournament, and he took this laptop, the computer, back with him to the toilet. So, and obviously that was, I presume, a case of cheating. So what to do in such cases?
I would say that with the regulations that we plan to set, this player will be arrested and hanged upside down. I mean,
yes,
it's absolutely. He will be hung. This will not happen. This will not happen.
But
this
until recently, this was happening, and actually no sanctions were involved against such a player, although it was observed by everyone and even the arbiter.
But this is a matter of empowerment. You have to have a rule in place that the arbiter can use.
And for example, recently there were a couple of cases of the players involved in the cheating. For example, in Germany, the player Kotain was caught by the arbiters at the tournament. He was disqualified from this tournament.
Yes.
But actually no punishment followed, so he was not disqualified because there was no base.
Yes. This again is what we're working on. If you don't have a regulation in place, there's a famous legal saying that there is no norm, no prescription without a sanction. If I come to you and I say, Sergei, you cannot put your eyeglasses on, and now you're wearing your eyeglasses. So now, what is the sanction? There's no sanction. I said you can't, but you are wearing them. So the problem is we have to, on one side, say you can't do this, and on the other side, we have to say, well, this is the punishment. So this is the sanction.
So FIDE is going to introduce the system of sanctions that...
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed, yes.
So if you are being caught at the tournament by the arbiter who has much more power to establish the case of cheating, so then the sanctions can follow, yeah?
No, the sanctions will follow if certain standards are respected. I mean, if you fall into a certain category of offense, you will be sanctioned. This is for sure. And again, it's not. We will not get too much into deciding which level of cheating or anything. But if I say that you cannot sneeze in the tournament hall and you sneeze, well, you lose your game. It's in the rules, you know. So take this very simple assumption, you cannot sneeze, and take it to a more complicated level. Okay, so you cannot do this. For example, if I have a regulation where I say that you cannot take your iPhone and send a text message, and I find you sending a text message, well, you lose your game because it's a prescription. So the same thing will happen with cheating. There will be a few laws, and the laws will be very clear, clear. And if you break them, there will be sanctions. The level of sanctions will vary, of course, and we have not decided the sanctions, although we have.
I think it is necessary to make sanctions as harder as possible, because honest people, they don't have anything to be afraid of, and you must punish the cheaters as strongly as possible to establish.
Sergei, may I interrupt you here? Sanctions need not be hard; they need to be just.
Yes,
we will be just. This is the important thing. If we all think about what is happening today, this is a personal view and it is not the representation of the committee now. Think about the mobile phone that ring. We all know that a few players around the world have lost their games because their phone rang.
Yes, yes.
None of these was a cheater. None. These were people who had a simple distraction in the worst case, and in some cases they had turned their mobiles off and they just popped on for no reason at all, because they are electronic devices and sometimes they go wrong, and they turned on, they beeped. It was not even an alarm clock. So it happens. Now, the problem is that at some point, these people, they are 1% of the chess population, they pay for the 99% that is eliminating a few problems. This is unfortunately normal, and it is associated with any legal system. Any legal system, you will have somebody who falls within the legal system and is innocent and will pay. But this is a social cost. We have to take it because we have to tackle it. So, in my view, I would empower the arbiters more and forget the rules of the ring. I mean, it rings, yes, okay, let's talk about it. But the problem is, what if I find you with a mobile in your jacket turned off? To me, this is a very bad offense. Because if I have a mobile and it's turned off in my jacket and then I go in the toilet, I turn it on, and we have a problem here.
Yes.
And it doesn't even need to be connected. Because if I have, instead of having an iPhone, I have an iPad, I can have all the notation. I can have all the database, whatever.
Yes,
it's not even about having computing.
Yes, also internet access to everyone. And now all the tournaments are going live with chess dom, chess bomb, live computer analysis. Just a couple of seconds, you look at the suggested move, and you're always making the strongest moves in your position. So
not in chess bomb, the really bad moves sometimes, but
okay, just chess dom. But usually the suggestion, and almost all the tournaments, even this tournament, is online with a permanent computer analysis. So this problem should really be addressed.
It will be addressed. It will be. This is another issue. I think we have a question.
How serious do you think the problem really is? I mean, do you have evidence on how bad it is?
The problem is
cheating.
As bad as you can imagine, because it is threatening chess in perception and mining chess at the core. It is not a matter of how many instances of cheating we have had. It is the sole concept that cheating can occur that is undermining chess. We don't want to evolve into a sport where doping is at the center of things. We want to block this thing.
And also sometimes it becomes paranoid that when a weak player begins suddenly to make very strangely strong moves, then you immediately start him suspecting of he has disappeared to the toilet or he's going too often to a toilet, and then you start thinking, or the player left the playing hall, where is he? So sometimes even it is necessary to follow this player to check that he did not go to his hotel room, because there are numerous cases, especially on the children tournament, when small children making their move, they're just running away, going to their hotel rooms to look the analysis and variations of the computers.
Okay, again here,
Really?
this is a problem of regulations. Now, in the regulations, the playing area is defined.
Mhm.
So the arbiter should, although they not always do, define the playing area and make it very clear to every player. So he should announce what the playing area is, its boundaries, its limits, and he should also write it down.
Mhm.
And then he should probably put it on the wall so that everyone can consult. But the problem is, the law only says you are not supposed to leave the playing area. Full stop. There's no sanction.
Mhm.
Let's add a sanction. If you leave the playing area, you will be fired on spot. Ah, that's a nice and interesting sanction. I doubt whether it will be possible to fire everyone on spot.
Smokers.
Well, smokers, yeah, you're not supposed to smoke. You smoke, what are we going to do? Well, you should end up like Jeanne d'Arc, maybe. I don't know. I mean, but still, it's a matter of sanctions. You have a sanction, mild, just, I would say. A just sanction, whatever it is, and the problem is solved.
Yes, and I would like to mention another very popular case of cheating when the person is outside the playing area, establishing the contact with the player playing in the tournament, and then he just passes the information how to play. What are you going to do with such?
Well, okay, this has always been the case. As I said, I think an important part of this process is training our arbiters.
Mhm.
Arbiters are in the future will no longer stay sitting behind a computer, but they will.
Walking around.
Yes,
and
they'll
watching.
be walking. And the players must feel safe and secured by the presence of an arbiter. This is changing. The role of the arbiter is changing. It's evolving. Old-fashioned arbiters who are just behind the table should start thinking if they really want to do this
But if
job
you-
in the future, because they will have to walk.
But if you have a really big open tournament, let's say, for example, 200, 300 players, so this is a typical open tournament, and you have only few arbiters in this tournament, then you don't have the possibility to follow so many players at the same time. So how would you address this? Because then maybe
I
you
will
would need
ask you.
15 arbiters.
Let me ask you, because this time it's easy.
Uh-huh.
What is the solution for this problem?
Yes, I think it should be much more strict measures taken. Just to close the playing area, not to allow the players to come inside, that the players cannot establish the contact from outsiders of...
No, but we're talking about the problem that we have 200 players
Mhm.
and few arbiters.
Yes,
So
yes.
what is the solution?
Yeah, difficult to suggest, because there will always be cheating cases, because...
No, okay, there's no regulation that will avoid, I mean, there are excellent regulations against murder and still murders occur. I mean, regulations can only do so much.
Mhm.
I mean, then it's police.
Mhm.
But if we only put 2 arbiters with 200 players, something is wrong. The number is disproportionate.
Probably you should also introduce the number of arbiters
yes.
according to the percentage
We
of...
should increase probably the number of arbiters in a way that, I mean, okay, it's clear that one arbiter, 100 players is too little. Then should this be 1 to 30, 1 to 50, 1 to 60, 1 to 70? I don't know. It was not our main topic, but I think it's clear that it cannot be 1 to 100. Then we will have to figure out.
And what about the live transmission, the delay of the live transmission?
That's, as I said, that's technical, and it is a part of subject we did not. Of course, it's reasonable,
Yes, yes.
but you said we would be talking about many things in chess.
Yes,
Let me say that chess is experiencing a new golden age. And why am I saying this? Well, we all know that the golden age of chess was the 50s when Bakrot-Vachier and Bronstein and all these great players were playing, and we call this the great golden era of chess. But these people were playing chess, and then you had to wait for a month before you had chess magazines bringing you home the analysis and some commentary. It was generally not grandmaster commentary, it was somebody else commentating. Now today, what happens today is that thanks to the fact that chess has exploited the internet as no other sport has, we are offering a number of amazing services. Just think what has happened with the Grand Prix. Our host today is the Grand Prix. The Grand Prix has staged a number, 6 great tournaments. All these tournaments have had live transmissions. All these tournaments have had a bulletin. They have had reports. They have live commentaries. And the live commentaries are not from a patzer like me, but they are from a super grandmaster like Sergei. And this is all for free. This is amazing. And to some point, I know I am extremely unpopular here, to some point also absurd. Because we are always complaining that we don't have sponsors for chess. We don't have enough money for our and if only we had 50 cents from every person that connects to these. I'm not saying $50. I'm not saying 30 euro. I'm saying 50 cents. Euro or dollars, it's the same. We would have a lot of money that could go into promoting chess and into making it much better. But then there are technical and commercial matters that apparently obstacle all this. But the main actor in chess, the chess players, the chess world, is surrendering to chess companies the right to get these 50 cents from each player. I'm pretty sure that all of you there listening to me wouldn't mind today to pay 50 cents to hear Sergei annotating the games, commenting for you. And I'm not talking each game, I'm talking for the whole tournament. I get 50 cents for the whole tournament, one person. It's a lot of money because you people out there are millions. And 50 cents is a lot of money for us. Just think about it. I mean, I know I'm getting unpopular because you're getting it for free now. But sometimes getting things for free ultimately leads to losing the things. Because how long can we go? Sergei has a cost. He is working, he's, the camera that is recording has a cost. The computers, I can see 3, everything has a cost. And this is given for free to all of our fabulous amateurs. We love you, and I think that if we only had 50 cents, apart from your love as well, that would help a lot. But we still haven't found a way to do it. I don't think that the right way is to ask a lot of money from everyone. That's wrong. We have huge numbers, huge. Chess is so popular. And if we only could collect this little amount, and this would, would help so many problems. It would make our chess world so, if we had 1 million people clicking throughout.
Yes.
And I think we have it. It's 500,000 euro. Can you imagine how many things we could do with 500,000 euro?
Yes, but the biggest problem is to change the psychology of these people, because usually they got too used, and then for them it becomes a principal question.
I lost a number of friends now, because they all say, "Oh no, you want to charge us with a tax."
Yes.
No, but that's not the point.
Yeah, even half a euro, 1 euro, just for some people is absolutely nothing. They can just waste 3, 5 euro, but they are not ready to pay this 50 cents out of principle.
Out of principle, yes. And I think this has to change. I mean, and this is why I say this is a golden age, because we are getting for free a lot of chess information. Just think of what we saw at the candidates at the World Championship match. When did we ever have a World Championship match with such high quality commentators. I think Svidler was annotating one of the games, and you know, no computer, so he was just looking at the Gelfand.
I also do not use engines.
Yes, which is great, you know. Engines, they're so, the internet is so full of blogs of people just writing, oh, the engine, oh, he just blundered. But you know, sometimes when you are really into the chess world and you work, of course I'm no grandmaster, but I've been working quite a lot with grandmasters. By now I know how they think, and I've learned to understand the way you can solve your problems. And so when you see the position and the computer says plus, I don't know, +1 all of a sudden, and then a grandmaster comes, oh, but this is very difficult. But why? Why is it difficult? Well, it's difficult because all the other lines are good, but this particular line will bring you to -1. And this particular line is so difficult to find because it is anti-intuitive. It is not in the nature of the position. It is a window of opportunity that opens into a position with one tactical blow, which is not typical of the position. And this, any grandmaster will tell you, but no computer. The computer will just come up with +1. And so all the fritzed commentators will come up and say, ah, blunder. But chess is a little bit more complicated than this. And this is why I value when we have a grandmaster like you explaining and bringing the knowledge, because you might go wrong, because you have a computer will prove you wrong, but you are telling exactly how your mind works, the plans, your knowledge, the classical games you know, and this is a huge value, and it's for free to all the players out there. I think this has increased dramatically in the last 2 or 3 years. I've really seen it, you know, because now we have live streaming. This wasn't possible maybe 5 years ago, but now everyone has high-speed internet, so it's easy. And then we started calling the grandmasters. First we started asking the grandmasters to check with the computer. Now grandmasters do it without the computer because we are understanding the value of not having a computer. And as a possible improvement to this, I will suggest that the grandmaster should always be accompanied by some patzer like myself, who can, you know, plays like, I don't know, 2000, 2100 or something like that, who can understand chess so that he will not just bump you with questions, but he will ask the standard club player.
Yes, I would not mind to work in pair with someone, because it is much easier for me to establish the conversation with other person. We can discuss the things, talk about things. But when I'm sitting alone, just for hours non-stop, I have to discuss the same things, and sometimes comes the moment when you are come out of already the material, the explanations, nothing. So just no.
I think this was arranged at the last minute, and
yes.
you were unlucky in this sense. I think 2 is optimal, of course. And I always think if the second is not a grandmaster, he's someone who is very knowledgeable of chess, and he can ask the right questions, because sometimes the questions are difficult for a grandmaster to understand, because he learned these things many, many years ago, and maybe he's forgotten that normal chess players, they don't know. They don't know. So I think it's a good idea to have them. But I still think this is a golden age. And just think of what we've seen. The 6 Grand Prix tournaments were absolutely fabulous. There's great chess almost throughout them. The candidates tournament was absolutely fantastic. We had thrill, everything. Can you imagine the last round, the 2 leaders losing in such a dramatic way?
But this is only for the elite players. I think it would be a good idea to make such tournaments maybe for the top 100 players, that you can participate maybe in Swiss tournament like a Grand Prix, and then you can qualify for this part.
That's an improvement, of course. If we had those 50 cents, we could do that.
Yes.
You know, you give us this 50 cents and the top 100 players will play for you, and you will get, for another 50 cents though, you will get free explanations of a super great tournament where the grandmasters battle for the final round. Yes, I would love that. But we need those 50 cents. Maybe we should open an account and everyone should start sending the 50 cents voluntarily.
Yes, I think it's a good idea to establish this payment from the person point of view, like abonnement.
Yes, but I'm not talking about big money. It's just,
to get access for such services, and
also
this can go
yes.
for the fund of the place for the future tournaments, that it is clear where the money is going to.
Yes, also I think it's a matter, as you said, of mentality, because I come from a particular country. Italy is a beautiful country. It's sunny. We have great food, great women. We have a lot of great things. We have a great past. We have a very difficult present. I was informed that we had a confidence vote at the Senate today, which means that political crisis in our country is as huge as ever. But still, there is one more thing. When I was a kid, the whole of my generation, you look for 40-year-old grandmasters in Italy. We just have one Italian grandmaster. I mean, born. And this is Michele Godina. Oh, Sergio is 65 by
yes,
now.
but he was the first.
No, okay, yes, Sergio. But in my generation, don't you think we have just as much talent as the new generation?
Yes, the same. They're always
yes,
talent.
the talent is always there. What we did not have as a generation was the knowledge that we had to pay for chess tuition. So whenever an international master, which was all we had, or a strong master, was willing to give you a lecture or to take you as a pupil, nobody was willing to pay. Because simply the idea that you could pay a master, a chess master, for his knowledge was out of the culture of Italian chess players. Now, this started to change, I would say, roughly 10 years ago, in 2005, 2006, when the older generation, made of people like myself, started telling the youngsters, look, we made it all wrong. We didn't find our chess mentors, we didn't find our trainers. You should find yourself a trainer. Now, all of a sudden, we have a generation with many grandmasters. Apart from Fabiano, who is a super top grandmaster, he's been paying for his trainers forever. And now he's reaping the benefit. But Sabino Brunello, Daniele Vocaturo, Axel Rombaldoni, they're all three grandmasters. Daniel Dvirny became a grandmaster last week. Why are they grandmasters? They have been investing, and you yourself, because you've been working with one of them. It's changing. We are changing the mentality, and now young players know that they have to search for help, and this help is professional. It has to be paid and well paid for. The same thing, in a way, should happen with all of us amateurs. If we pay 50 cents, that's good. That's not bad. In the end, it's coming back to us.
Yes, understood. Yes, I fully agree with you. So just maybe just before we stop in this anti-cheating theme, so just the last question. When exactly do we get new regulations implemented?
The schedule, we have a timetable, it's fixed. It should be approved by the next General Assembly at the Olympiads next year in Tromsø. And this is technical, because we have to amend the laws of chess, and this can only be done in a General Assembly. So if not, we would be probably issuing them in 2 months. We're ready. But
are you already ready? And you have considered all the points and suggestions. Do you listen to the forums, to internet, what are people also writing in the articles, for example? Are you open for the influence from outside this commission?
We are open from the influence from anyone who knows what he's saying. Unfortunately, I don't think we should listen to everyone.
Of course, not to everyone, but
because in chess, everybody thinks he's the world champion. And unfortunately, there's only one world champion, and we cannot listen to all the world champions, because we only have 2 years each, and the commission is made of 10 people, so we have 20 years. And all we can do is listen to some... But we know that there are fora out there in the internet which are where many players go. They will give their opinions, they will give their suggestions. There are organizers who give their suggestions. There are executives who give their suggestions. Players, everything. I mean,
for example, myself, I have published an article on the internet with points, suggestions.
Well, of course, we read it.
You read it, so
yes,
you have taken
yes.
into. My friend Oleg Korneyev also published his ideas and suggestions. Also, they were taken into consideration.
You know, the chairman of our commission, Israel Gelfer, he had a meeting with a lawyer in Moscow, and he's listened to top players, and he's been sharing this knowledge with us. So, and all of us members of the Anti-Cheating Commission, we are all very active, and we lend our ears to other people. So no, we read, we take part in discussions, and our work is not secret. It's not. I'm here to tell most of it. When I don't get into the details, it's because there's parts that we have not sorted yet, and it would be unfair towards the other members of the commission for me to give out my view rather than a common view. But what I've been saying here is the common view of the commission, except when I said it's my personal view.
Just to summarize, that 10 months will pass, then there will be Olympiad in Tromsø, and then we will come to live in the completely almost cheating-free world.
You are an optimist. I would say that we will be introducing measures to a point that you will think twice before you cheat.
Okay, this
because, for example, today we have instances of cheating where we are trying to find out how the player is cheating.
So, for example, Ivanov case.
Well, I'm not ready to make any name because there are legal implications in this, but there are instances of players that play far too well. Let's put it this way. And we do not have, at present, a system for detecting that he is cheating simply because we do not have it in place. We don't have a regulation. As you say, in Tromsø, we will have a regulation. And the regulation will be, it is clear, it is based on existing jurisprudence, statistical evidence, and Professor Kenneth Regan from the University of Buffalo has devised a system, a statistical, scientific system, which is accepted from the scientific community, has been used in other fields, with modifications, of course. They are very standard concepts that have been increased with his personal research applied to chess, and this will be one of the elements, so that even if we don't have any other evidence other than your play, we will be able to catch it. Because think of cycling. There's a rule in cycling with your blood count. When your blood count is 50, you are considered to be doped. It is not important and not relevant to find the doping agent. Simply the fact that your blood count is 50, your hematocrit is too high. I'm sorry. I mean, no human being in normal condition would have a hematocrit as high as 50. So this means you have been taking something. If you did, I don't care. The problem is that you are 50. So now you are disqualified. The same will happen in chess. If you show a deviation from your expected play, such that it is statistically
improbable that you play so well.
Highly unlikely, let's put it this way, that you will play like this. If this is confirmed up to a level that is incompatible with normal happenings, you will be disqualified.
This is good to hear, because this is good to hear. Yes.
And the system will be accepted by the international scientific community. It is not going to be some sort of, the Wizard of Oz coming and saying, I have a way of finding that you're cheating. No, it will be scientific, and it can be questionable, and it will stand in court. It is we're really working hard on this, and this is why I say I don't expect that come Tromsø we will live in a cheater-free world. But cheating will become a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, this is nice to hear, because I have a lot of friends and most of them are they are skeptical in their approach, and they don't believe that really big changes will come to fight the cheaters. So
I think they are absolutely right. They are right to be skeptical, because they have been living in a world where everything has went the other way. Let's see if we can work. We are trying to help them, first of all. And please give us your confidence and trust for at least a few months. And we're working for you.
Okay.
And we're trying hard. I mean, we're trying hard. Our enemies are strong. And they're becoming stronger by the day, because they have more technology, more ideas, and everything. But we're strong as well. We're very strong, we're determined, and we have access to extremely competent legal advice, extremely competent scientific advice. We have exterminated chess knowledge. Well, cheaters, your days are counted.
Okay, this is great news to hear. Maybe then you can tell us something about the ACP activity. So you had a very nice tournament organized in Riga in August, but it was like a tournament only for the elite invited players. Maybe are you planning to do something for a wider public?
This is partially incorrect. The tournament in Riga is the end of a cycle. So the ACP has a system, and it is unique in the chess world. It is like the tennis tour, the ATP tour. We consider all the tournaments. We have special rating system, and in the end we get a ranking. And then we call the top 8 or top 16, because we haven't held it in the past years. And we get the top 16, and then they play for the ACP Cup. So it is open to everyone, actually, because we are just getting these points from all the tournaments. If a tournament satisfies these requirements, we count it. And of course, the top 16 are those who perform better. And, you know, chess is a sport. We cannot give a prize to the last ranked in a tournament, and we always give prize to the first. But we are also trying to expand our range of activity to more players. Like, for example, we had in Gibraltar, we had our arrangements. They were not for the top players, but it was players rated below 2700. Well, because they are professionals as well, and they need to be protected. And so we are trying to expand our activities also to them. Also, this anti-cheating effort is for them as well. I would say it is more for them than it is for the elite players, because there is widespread feeling that it is a minor problem in elite chess than it is in average strong chess. So the problem again is funding. We are struggling, as every association which is not governmental, with funding. So we have limited funds, and we're trying to use them as best as we can. We're also trying to promote more areas than one. I think that, if I may speak personally as well, and I was backed by Emil Zutovsky, who is the current president, I changed the view of the ACP from being the association of just the chess professionals intended as chess players to the association of those people who live professionally out of chess. We were joking with my friend Konstantin before that, without Konstantin Landa, Grandmaster Konstantin Landa, who is in the audience. And I think maybe he would...
You can sit.
Yes, you can join us, Konstantin. And that without organizers, grandmasters would be playing chess in the park. So organizers are professionals, and they need to be a part of the professional community. And the same is with reporters. Right now we had a contest for the best reporter, and it was won by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who wrote an excellent report. And I think that a women grandmaster, Alina here, she's doing reports for the whole world. She's a professional, and she's good at her work. And this has to be recognized. So she is a professional in more ways than one in chess. She's a professional chess player as a woman, and she's also a top-notch journalist and writer. I think it's very important that we recognize that the community is made of journalists, organizers, players, I would say in some cases arbiters, and then there are publishers, all these managers, all these things. And to introduce an ethics and of professionalism and an association that protects all these interests, in my view, was good. I found a lot of they were sympathetic to this in the ACP, so President Zlutovsky and all the other board members agreed, and of course the main focus is players, but we don't forget about the other things.
Okay, thank you very much for the conversation.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
I would like to introduce a very strong grandmaster, Konstantin Landa, who is also a coach, a player, maybe a journalist, commentator also. He was participating in the Khantey-Mansiysk in the live commentary on games. So you have been listening to our conversation with Yuri for most of the time. So what else interesting can you add, which is worth mentioning?
It's very important. Working over anti-cheating committee.
Yes.
Okay, but Yuri
told everything. Yes.
Everything, and so more than you expect. Okay, let's make some very important points.
Yes, you were also very active in trying to fight the cheaters. Basically, you entered this commission because your suggestions were published on the Russian site just for almost at the same time as my suggestions. So how do you see, in the comparison with your own suggestions, and that the measures are really being planned and introduced? Are they really good working measures?
Yes, I think we are making a good work. Around one time per month had a Skype commission, and we discuss about many things. And during discussion, because we have many ideas, we can find the right decision. And I can say, okay, our suggestions will be fine.
So you really believe that?
Yes, I believe we can stop the biggest wave of the cheating.
So
if we are starting to find very smart and very clever cheaters, of course we need more regulations.
Yes, but at least it is necessary to make the first steps, and then to look the reaction, and then you can improve or introduce the new measures.
Yes, of course.
So these measures will be really first measures to stop cheating, because before there was already one anti-cheating commission in FIDE, but somehow they didn't introduce anything, they didn't make any measures working.
I would also try and explain this. Cheating has evolved very fast. All of a sudden we have been confronted with more and more instances of cheating. We were not prepared. It was a change in perspective. Like Professor Regan, who is with us, Professor Regan is with us, and he also said, well, when I started my work, basically my point was demonstrating that most of the accusations were witch hunting. By this I mean, for those who are not native English speaker, witch hunting is basically means false accusations. And he was surprised when he got into the system that then his system caught this or the other cheater. And I think this came as a surprise because nobody really thought this was possible. But now it's increasingly possible. There are ways, like a friend of mine basically devised a fantastic. So you cheaters out there, you listen to me because I'll tell you how to cheat now. You can buy things that are not too costly, and a computer can be as big as this. Then you have to hide this computer in your toe somewhere. Of course, it will become slightly hot, and you might get cancer, but you will win your game. You be sure, and you know, because But if you want to do it, it's just as small like a SIM card. You can put it in your panties. The cancer is for sure there. But that works, you know. It gets hot and hot and hot, and then it gets impulses. And you can control it with a remote sensor. You can put it on your thighs. And with isometric contractions, you can give signals to it. Yes?
Stop. You open the new technology for the cheaters.
Yes, but they will all end up with cancer. So if you really want, no, the point is technology is really getting more and more difficult. Now, as far as we know, it is still very difficult to have implanted chips. Because of what I told you, implanted chips get hot, and they can have new formations around it, which is basically cancer. So it's difficult, and also they react to external magnetic fields. So it's not what everybody thinks. Everybody thinks that, you know, they have a small chip in their ear, or who knows where. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. There are just a couple people.
Looks like a science fiction.
Yes, no, okay, but this, you know, we've been studying the thing. It's not that, you know, we just came here with ideas. We had to check out if it was possible that you would implant a chip in your ear. And we know that there are a couple persons in the world who are, let's say, cyber-oriented, but they have a lot of problems because, of course, you would note that there is a scar. They have these chips, they put them here, they open, and a surgeon will put the chip inside, and then they use it for opening doors. So they have a home, and they will do it with, but it's not that easy. It's not that easy, because if you have a mobile phone, then maybe this can interfere. And can you imagine while you're playing your chess because you want to cheat and bring €1,000 home, this starts, you know, burning. You know, it's a huge problem. So I don't really think that this is the case yet, but this is 2013. Maybe in 2020, this will be possible. This is why we turned to Professor Regan and his statistical approach. Statistical approach is completely different. I mean, if Sergei plays like Carlsen for a week, it's okay. But if I play like Carlsen for a day, this is already suspicious. I mean, so, and because what the level Sergei is starting from is completely different from my level. So we can expect Sergei from every now and then to play like Carlsen. Why not? But it would be highly suspicious if I played like Carlsen for a week. I was probably having some aid. Even if you don't catch me with a laptop with... So this is why statistical evidence is more interesting in some occasions than others. So this is one of the elements. We have many elements. It's not just statistical. So...
Okay, now I think most of the questions are being answered. I would like to thank you a lot for giving the light on this serious problem.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
How are the games going?
The game's going. I'm now will be, because I was completely busy. I didn't even look at the games.
Yes, so let's have a look together.
Yes, yes. So just we can look at the games.
So Konstantin can also help us.
Yeah, maybe he can also look
I
at...
hope I can help Sergei.
Yes.
Yes, we can look and discuss the games. So just let's begin with the first game, Dominguez-Freycinet. So we were talking for almost an hour, and then in this game, that was the last moment that we left. So the exchange took place on d4. So probably later to avoid white from playing knight e5 after the move king g2. Rook d4, h g4, h g4, king e7, king f2, b6, rook a8, and now this is the current position of the game Dominguez-Freycinet. So what do you think?
Okay, it's very interesting. Rook a4, rook a8. I don't understand why black replied with rook e8. What is the idea?
Maybe he didn't want to play a5 to give the play with b2, b4. Or maybe e6, bishop c7, and the pawn on b6
Yes, I
is
suppose,
hanging.
yes, I suppose the idea e6 and bishop takes e7.
Yeah, to keep the pawn structure intact. But I believe this position is still slightly more pleasant for white.
Yes, I suppose. White
Because
has
there is
some
no
advantage.
anymore the pair of bishops on the black side. But of course, as always, such positions are very, very solid from the black side.
But as for me, bishop on g3 situated very well. Bishop on g3 is, can cover e5 pawn and can help somewhere with f4 movement. Okay, white has to protect on g4, but later, okay, black has no counterplay.
Yes, so
I think advantage for white, but I don't know if enough advantage for win.
yeah, if white would have the possibility to play f4, f5 without giving up
Yes.
this pawn.
G5,
Yes,
So
so
with
basically,
simple winning, yeah?
yes, then white would be winning.
Oh, but
Yes.
also, if he had played a5, maybe, you know, at some point e6, bishop c7.
Yes, we've
bishop
already
e6, so-
talked about this.
So,
Okay, so now we can look at the next game, Bakrot-Vachier. So we left after the move b5, so the exchange on b5 took place, and now white is trying to finish the development of the pieces. So
And black changing all rooks on c5, I think.
queen e7, knight bd2, rook f7. So the choice of this opening is quite passive for black. I would expect that Vachier would choose something more sharp in order to play for a win, because usually he is very, very creative, and this variation is basically the variation only for a draw.
But Vachier is absolutely unexpectable player. You can see how he can lose in one move and win a brilliant game.
So now all exchanges are taking place, and after rook c3, queen or knight e4 has been played. So although white is standing here slightly better, basically
Nothing
nothing
special,
serious.
no,
Yes,
nothing
nothing
special.
serious. Yes, and also I don't see Etienne Bakrot playing too aggressive in this variation. So he just playing very, very solid chess without any risk, but also without any really great motivation or just desire to win this game. He just
Okay, for matters with last Grand Prix stage is okay. There's many players lost the motivation at all because we are fighting for nothing.
yes, but still they are playing for rating, for money, and the prizes in this tournament are not very low. So just, and also you're a chess professional. If you are invited for a tournament, you have to fight always, no matter how do you feel. Is there a motivation or not?
I don't think we can really complain about the chess. They've been fighting. I mean,
No, I was just answering what Konstantin said. Okay, this position, this game probably would finish in a draw. So let's look at more interesting games. Now Nakamura-Mamedyarov. So here very interesting variation connected with the sacrifice of the pawn by black.
playing for the tournament.
And a couple of moves were played here. Knight f3, king e7. Now threatening to take the pawn on b6, because before we already looked that a b6 allows white to keep an extra pawn with a check. So that's why king e7 has been played. Knight
Main move in this position b takes e7. Yes, okay.
b7, yeah?
Yes,
Yes, I also thought that this move is the main. We were looking at it before. So now knight d2 has been played.
But theoretical verdict is draw in this position. Simple draw. Many games was played. Nothing special.
And of course, when you expect such a strong player as Ruslan Ponomarov going into this variation connected with the pawn sacrifice, of course it should be a sound sacrifice. Otherwise, it makes no sense for Ruslan to go into such line. So a b6 took place, bishop c4, rook d8, bishop b5, rook a c8, rook c3, rook c3, bc3, and now rook c8. So now the pawn c3 under attack. The only way to protect it is to play c4 here, because otherwise, if after rook c8, if white plays knight b1, then there is even move bishop g2, rook g1, and bishop e4, and black will be standing better. And after c4,
He played already c4, bishop g2, rook g1. I already see on the outside.
ah yes, so just bishop.
Yes, we have it.
Yes, bishop g2, rook g1, and now bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
And Hikaru doesn't seem to be very satisfied.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Usually, when you play queen c2 as white, you're hoping for more advantage than what.
Okay, Nakamura has to expect Grunfeld, King's Indian, many lines. Panomarov can play many lines, but means Indian happened.
Yes, but very accurate, good opening preparation of Ruslan Panomarov for this game. So Vladimir Baklan was doing a good job preparing for this game, because now white takes on g7, on h7, and black wins the pawn c4, a3. So this game should end in a draw. Okay, now let's go and
Quite categorical, yes? Nice.
yes, so let's go to the most probably important, one of the most important and very exciting and interesting game, Gelfand-Ivanchuk. So we left after the move bishop f3 here. So I'm not acquainted with this variation, but for the moment it looks that white is standing better here, because the space advantage, control over the center established, and it is very difficult for black to create any kind of counterplay. But let's look what went further in this game. Queen c7, now knight d3. The knight, as I see, is going to f2 in order to support the advancing move e3, e4, maybe, or do you understand exactly the idea behind the move knight d3? Why is it being transferred to f2?
No, maybe you're right. It's bring a knight on f2 with idea e4. Yes, it's logical.
So knight bd7 has been played, knight f2, e6. Quite interesting decision. It looks like maybe at some point white can trap this bishop, playing g3, h3, g4.
Yes, it's just idea, of course. You play g4, but you open your king after that. And I can even sacrifice the pawn on e4. I play bishop e4, I change and open h file, and give the pawn on e4 and make some counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, very interesting, complex position. So now bishop d2, king e7.
Yes, very interesting.
Yeah, very creative play. Very creative play by both sides. You don't see this happening quite often on such strong tournaments, because usually the players are strictly following the theoretical developments, and this completely out of any theoretical idea or preparation. Bishop e1.
Yes, that's the best idea. Bring bishop on h4.
a4, and now I see that knight d3.
Yes, knight come back on e5 after king t7.
Maybe to b4 also, for some reason.
e5 after that, bishop h4, if bishop comes on h4, okay, black has big problem.
Now knight g4 has been played. White took on g4. Yeah, a couple of things that, frankly speaking, I don't understand at all.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I don't understand the move knight g4. Yeah, no comment on this. And
bishop takes this.
Yes, bishop d3 has just been played.
Why not take an h4 with pawn?
Yes, also a big mystery.
Yes, okay. Without any
Yeah, maybe
Anything
knight
can
f2, knight
take.
g4, but then we have knight f6 to
Yes.
support it. So it's a little bit illogical. So just very, very creative play by both players. So two grandmasters are sitting in front of you, looking at this game, and actually they don't have any clue what is going in this game. So, and this is not happening very often in modern chess,
But
because
I can understand the Ivanchuk move because he won the play bishop queen takes d3, h takes g4, and after maybe f5.
yes, and then knight
Close the
f6, knight
position,
f4,
yeah,
and then
that's a big,
maybe
big advantage. Yeah?
yes. So it means that maybe white has done something wrong.
Bishop takes g4 looks not so good.
Yes,
Okay,
you-
I'll come back one two moves before bishop takes g4. Maybe not other move for white.
Yeah, bishop e2 is also possible. I think bishop e2 probably better. Not
okay,
open.
but in any case we are changing the bishops on the 2 and
F5 then.
F5, knight f6. Okay,
Mhm.
slightly better.
So I have a feeling now that somehow at this moment white played dubiously, especially the transfer of the knight, knight e5, d3, f2, then back to d3, didn't look impressive.
Yes, let's analyze the move instead bishop takes g4. Maybe
Mhm.
we can find some new idea.
Maybe queen d2, simple.
What is
Just to protect the pawn, or queen e2, or queen d2.
maybe g5 idea, no? It's not g5 h3.
Maybe-
Maybe sacrifice some. No.
Maybe queen d2 to protect the pawn on d4, that I can take on f4 with a knight.
On h4, g5.
Yeah, so looks difficult to believe that g5
Yes,
can work here. Maybe knight df6, but then bishop
If my
h4 is
bishop
coming.
appear on h4, white is better h4. After queen d2, h4. Black I'm going to play h4.
Uh-huh.
And always queen e2. More better. Instead queen d2. Let's check queen e2.
Mhm.
Now h4 is not possible, but maybe other idea.
Mhm. Yeah, very, and I've just saw that bishop e2 has been played here. in
Okay,
this.
maybe it's only chance to close the position, because if white opened the h file, also for black pieces, okay, black has simple big advantage.
Yes, but I believe now at this moment Vasily has excellent position. Under no circumstances he is standing worse, and I think only he now can try to create a play on the king side. For example,
Yes, slightly, maybe just slightly.
queen e2 and f5 now looks interesting. But of course h4 can be played to block the position completely, and then
No, I have also the queen side for a play.
yes, but then somehow I can.
Yes, bishop is active only one.
Yes, I think maybe it would be a
It's
draw
okay.
after the exchanges,
Yeah.
and very difficult for black to create any kind of concrete play in this position.
Mhm.
Okay, another interesting games by the players in the lead, especially for Giri-Caruana, who took a lot of risk in the opening in order to
It
get
was
the.
expected.
Yes, it was expected. Of course, he wanted to win against the outsider of this tournament. So if you don't try to win against the player who is on the last place, then usually. Yeah.
No, but also he's trying to secure himself a spot in the candidates. So,
Mhm.
and I think Fabiano did something great, because he lost a horrendous game to Nakamura, and then he fought back.
Yeah, this is a very good.
Yes, this is not easy, and so he probably passed his free day recovering and thinking about his play in the next 3
Mhm.
rounds. So I think that if he really wants to have a chance to go for the candidates, he has to win this
Yes,
game.
but at the moment he is far ahead of Grischuk, and so this kind of risky play can backfire on him, because
But
you
it's
should.
Mamedyarov who's the problem is Mamedyarov.
But
Mamedyarov is on second place, and he needs to win by himself.
But Grischuk also is fighting.
Okay, but he doesn't have. Okay, he's half a point ahead, so he only has to think about himself, and he's not first.
Mhm.
Nakamura is first, so he has to try and do something, and he's taking his risks. Not every player is. I mean, this is probably what Fabiano can do best.
Mhm.
Fabiano is not. He's a fighter.
Yes.
And
Okay, this position is extremely risky for black, double-edged, and normally with the correct play, white should be able to get advantage in this position. So now knight ec3, in order to block the play by b7, b5, knight e5. So probably instead of rook b8 in this position, it was very interesting to play knight e5 immediately. Bishop c2 and b5 in order to make this move once and forever. Because what happened in the game, and I don't see black conducting this strategical move b7, b5 without any problem. So now bishop e2 has been played, knight e8, f4, knight g6, knight a3, so good squares for the knights to prevent play by b7, b5, f5, e5, bishop f5, knight c4, bishop f6, king h1, and now bishop d4. So we have now this position.
No, already played knight e3 and knight e7.
Yes, knight e3 and now knight e7. So what do you think?
Okay, I think it's very complex position. It's exactly what Caruana wants when he plays the isolation with black.
Yeah.
For white is very difficult to find a direct plan. I mean, white maybe has some advantage, but no direct plan at all. Even maybe position is not better for white.
Not better.
It was okay. Black has active pieces, bishop on d4. Okay, they are ready to give bishop on f5 for the knight or e3. But what white has to do?
And what black can do? Simply
No,
finish the
just
development.
bring
Knight f6, queen
knight-
d7, then maybe
yes,
b5, and
yes,
so on.
yes.
And then
Black
look.
can improve the pieces, but white, I don't know, maybe bishop d4 is such idea, just trying to get control on e6 square.
Yeah, very complex position, so difficult for understanding, lot of plans and possibilities for both of the sides. So
No,
we
but
can
I suppose
expect.
it's a double-edged position. I think,
So we can expect very, very interesting play in this game. And now moving to the next game, Tomashevsky Grischuk. Also very risky approach by Alexander.
okay,
in
only
the-
two persons who can qualify for the pretensions.
Yes.
And
Right.
they selected the similar setup, the similar
Yes.
Benoni type structure.
Nowadays, if you want to win with black after d4, you can develop your bishop on g7. It's a rule.
So after knight f3, that was the last moment when we saw. So Alexander was thinking because he had to choose the plan, how to protect the pawn b5, or to play c4 or b4, or to protect the pawn playing a6 or bishop d7. He played b4 in the game, so now he is going to attack the pawn on a4, but the drawback of this move is the weakening of the square c4, which later can be used by white, transferring the knight from f3 to d2 and then later to c4. So knight e4, queen e8, knight d2. Now knight b d7. Instead of knight b d7, maybe it was interesting to look at the move like c4 to try to open the position. Alexander didn't play this move. Probably he calculated. Look
Let's
to this
show for our audience what happened after queen e5, queen takes b2. It's easy variation maybe, but interesting. Okay, queen e5. Let's show for
When?
after knight b d7.
Knight b d7.
After no, instead.
Instead.
Instead of knight b d7.
Yes, okay.
C4, yes?
No, queen e5.
Queen e5. This is theory, yeah?
No, it's not theory, just interesting variation. If you double an attacking bishop on g5 and pawn on b3, it's maybe okay. We
So
should
queen e5?
line like f4, queen takes b4, queen takes b2, and we can capture the queen after knight c4. It's nice time for the audience.
Okay, yes. Of course, the move like queen e5 you should not make. Yeah, really interesting sharp possibilities to play c4, but it is not very clear. You have to calculate a lot of variations here. So, and if Alexander didn't make this move today, then there are things that he didn't like. So this is obvious. So he decided to go knight d7, the normal developing move. Castle, knight e5, bishop c2, bishop a6. Now I like the position of black, because the strategical idea b7, b5 has been realized. Black has got some space on the queen side. Now knight on e5 is standing excellently. There is no control from the white side. The knight from d2 cannot go to c4, and also knight e5 can go to d3. So it looks like black has got very nice position from the opening. Rook e1, knight d3 has been played, bishop d3, bishop d3, knight f4, and the bishop returned back to b5. And in this moment, white
e5, right?
Yes, e5. So usually in such positions with these structures, usually white is trying to conduct e5 in one or another way, or playing f2, f4, and then later e5. Sometimes this move is connected with a pawn sacrifice, as in this game, because white sacrifices the pawn but blocks the activity of the bishop g7, and then the pawn d5 becomes the passed pawn supported by the knight. And exactly this thing happened in the present game.
e5 is very strong.
d5, bishop f6, f6,
Nice.
and knight e4 has been played. Yes, it looks strong, but actually black has maintained the pair of bishops. The position has become open. And for example, what to do for white after the simple normal move, bishop g7. Knight d6 does not look right, so white has to take on c5.
Take on c5, yes.
Yes, but then maybe I can play the simple move like rook c8, attacking the knight on c5. If rook c1, then you must look at the move bishop h6. So it is not entirely clear. Although it looks nice, but I still believe that in this position, black has excellent play, because the pair of bishops are very, very strong in this position. And I don't see how white can push his pawns to d6, to d7
No, I
immediately.
believe rook c8, rook c1, bishop h6, g3. Simple such move.
Yeah, simple move like g3.
No, my idea is simple, d6, and after that, okay, I think white has a good chance.
Okay, then if instead of rook c1, I, for example, play queen d8, attacking this knight on f4. And if knight d3, then you must look at the move queen d5.
You can take, yeah.
Yes, so again, what to do with this knight on f4. Somehow I don't have a feeling that white is alright here. I think because of the concrete play, black is okay here. But maybe after bishop g7, maybe it is possible not to not to be in a hurry, trying to win this pawn c5, but maybe play knight d3 immediately. Now you want to take on c5 also, maybe you want to play knight d6, knight d5, and then 10 on e5. But still I have a feeling that black position should be okay at this moment.
Very, very complex position, because two knights is very, very tricky with these positions.
Yes, and very important to mention that at this moment both players, Evgeny Tomashevsky and Alexander Grischuk, have equal amount of time left. Because usually in such positions, Alexander is using much more time than his opponent. And this tells that Alexander is probably feeling comfortable in what.
No, I suppose it's bad sign for him because
he hasn't investigated deep enough into.
Yes, but usually when coming into trouble, Alexander gets the problem. Already in this tournament, he spoiled several very nice positions because of the time trouble. Yes, so just he wasted already a number of points. Okay, so now we've made the full circle.
Yes, so now you will, before I leave, because
I want to leave already.
I have to leave, and I have a train in half
You're not
an
going
hour.
to Tallinn to the FIDE Congress?
No, I have a busy agenda, and I can't be everywhere. So, but let's see your guesses. So I know that you have a few games that you thought were a draw, but you did not tell us the others. So let's start with.
So you want to get my direct prediction about the cost of the games?
Make it interesting for us.
Okay, so Dominguez Fresenier, maybe probably it will be a draw. Bakrot-Vachier, draw.
Yes, these were the first.
Yes,
two.
Nakamura-Mamedyarov, a draw.
A draw because it's an end game now.
Yes, Gelfand-Ivanchuk also a draw, and Giri-Caruana. Yeah, this is quite difficult because completely can go out of hand. So I would not bet on this game, frankly
but
speaking.
you have at least a coffee.
And Tomashevsky Grischuk, I'm just think that Black has good chances to win in this game because Tomashevsky is more or less positional player, and Alexander is also out of balance. When the situation goes out of the control, he knows how to manage the things. And also, I believe that even in this position.
Konstantin, what do you think? Because you seem to have different views, yes?
No, I disagree only in the last game. I think Tomashevsky has good chances for draw.
Good chances.
And what about Fabiano?
Fabiano will win. It's my bet.
Yes,
It's
so.
not winning position right now, but okay.
So you don't.
According the tournament situation, according his trade and okay.
What is the time like in the game?
Yeah, in the game, Anish against Fabiano, 49 minutes for Anish left and 37 minutes for Fabiano.
And 21 moves to go, right?
Yeah, 21 moves to go.
Okay,
Yes.
so it will be dramatic because it's.
Yes, everything can happen in this
Yes,
game.
everything can happen. But you have a lot of new friends in Italy now because you said that Fabiano will win. So
But I reduce my friends in Holland.
in the Netherlands, yes.
Because Kim is a truly world traveler. But he has friends all over the world. So today here, tomorrow in another place.
Yes, but our Dutch friends cannot really hope for a great tournament by Anish today because he's not having his best tournament here. So maybe you were a diplomat, just thinking about chances and possibilities. It's going to be interesting.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri, for coming.
Thank you.
And so it was a pleasure to have you in this.
I
You also live in Konstantin.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And it was a pleasure to have you both in the studio.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Maybe you take a break.
Yes, I will take a break and then I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Yes.
so many times. How was today's round?
Yeah. Today round, okay, we played. I think it's an interesting opening. We saw it in first Grand Prix leg in a game, Topalov Dominguez. We played with Vasily and Landa. And then, okay, it was more or less equal fight, and then I think Landa more or less blundered in time trouble or played better in time trouble, something like that. And here, I don't know. It's many ideas. I decided to, to hide my knight here. Because, okay, the knight here always is red 95 and open, or 94. And here I took control of e4 square. And I think if I'll be given some time, I may get some advantage. But hard to say, but black position is very solid, and of course it's very clever. Maybe I would be fine if white already castle, because I would have decided h3 somewhere, and black can never play h4 because the pawn would be weak. But Vasily played very strongly, I would say, king g7.
And I have a question. And what would happen if white plays g3, h3 and tries to win the pawn? It is too risky to win the pawn.
g3, h3, always g5. For example, g3, some move, you play h3, g5.
Okay.
Excellent contraplay.
Even, somewhere, I thought...
Before knight a4, somewhere.
Yeah, but even, let's say here, I don't know if a4 you have to play or not, it's possible.
Yes.
Yeah? But let's say even here, h3, I thought, but even I thought here, maybe you can play bishop h6, g4, take, and take here, yeah, or something. Or g5 even here. Because here it's very, okay, always rook g8 and g5. This is a key idea, black's key idea. That's why I told it's very clever to put king on e7 instead of castling, because if you castle, all these ideas would be very dangerous.
Yes, after h3, white has not important square for bishop in some variation.
Yeah.
Because with pawn on h2, I almost never can play g5.
Exactly. That's why I thought here, and after h3, you have g5 in many lines. Bishop h6, and you want to play g5 already, let's say.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
And what other b3? It's not an option. Yeah. You can even take knight g4, something, or g5 somewhere maybe immediately. I didn't see what to do.
Yes,
Maybe queen knight d3 I have to.
Yes,
but of course knight g4 is correct reply, and here of course you take. And if I would play, let's say, queen e2, I think you would
take an f5.
Take an f5, and also the position is totally blocked. I have no chance.
Can't black take with the h pawn on g4?
Here, no, but knight e5. This is important because it's important for me to leave this bishop. Then you would have g4 pawn is hanging, so you'd have to take on e5 sooner or later. Then all these black squares are pretty weak. Bishop
g6 is possible, but nothing good, I think.
Then rook h6, rook h8, attack on h2.
But bishop g3 always, and here I would already start b3.
Even a3, and then bishop g3, and then b3.
Yeah, exactly.
Even this.
Yeah, exactly. Because here it's not a threat, never.
Yes.
It's a maximum check. Like queen e2, and then or b3, or a lot of ideas for.
Yes, I cannot activate queen because pawn is c6.
Actually, we were looking at this game today, and we're not able to understand anything.
Actually, it's a strange game. Or actually, one of the positions where computer understands nothing.
Yes, but we were not looking at the computer.
No, I know, but generally it's because a lot of people have prejudged as a computer knows everything, you should just press button, reply. But for example, this position, it's just, you would get the stupidest assessment. And I remember once I played
f5.
In the 5 here. Once I played the game in this opening against Wang Yu, I won a nice game, and we just maneuvered, and then certain moment the computer says +5. For no reason. Okay, maybe my position is winning, but okay, he just holds, and I have to show beautiful tactic. It's one of my best games probably, but still. But here f5, and I'm not in time, and here already nothing to play. Yeah.
Everything is blocked. So
it's blocked. It's dead draw. Yeah.
So Vasily, I believe you played the first game against Boris back in 1985, the year when I was born. It's many years ago. You played the first time against Boris, long time ago.
Yes.
So, I think over 100 games or so.
Something like
Maybe with Rapid and Blitz and Blind, yeah. Most.
So how can you still find ideas? I don't know. You play so often? Is it still...
No, it's not a problem because, okay, you see today we had interesting, and each game, it's, I don't think we had any, let's say, boring games, very few.
No, very aggressive actually.
But okay, because if two players want to play chess, and they would always find position and the way. That's what I think. I don't know what Vasily thinks, and it's always, of course, it's very interesting to play such a great and creative player as Vasily.
So Vasily, with this king e7 move, I believe you are fully back after the rest day.
yes, okay. I consider that I don't want castle, and I need to keep some fortress in that position.
Are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we will move to the next press conference. I see already one grandmaster waiting. Thank you. So, did you feel more pressure today, leading the tournament, almost breaking the 2800 barrier? Why?
No, I don't think it's that. I think I just played a very bad game today. I just couldn't seem to make my brain work at all. I mean, okay, I mean, this whole line, of course, is I mean, I couldn't remember at the board, but I knew that it was objectively nothing. But still, I mean, I should have drawn it easily. Like, somehow I have a feeling that I actually might have been quite a bit worse at one moment. No, like here I should just take on a7 and just draw the game. But okay, because here actually I thought you know, I used all my time calculating the lines, and then the moment I played bishop c4, I suddenly realized that there's this move.
Yeah, okay, see, it wasn't it?
And
This is king too.
yeah, no, this is what I thought too, and then I just rook c4.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, like the moment that I played bishop takes c4, I'm like, there's rook takes c4. Like when I was calculating, I didn't even see this move, and then like from the moment I moved, I got it from the board because I just suddenly realized that it's like, I mean, I think this is a huge blunder actually, because like here I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
If rook c4, bishop b3, knight b3, this is it.
Yeah, bishop a6.
Holy.
Yeah. Like I mean, I think every line is just like losing here. So like if I go rook c1 or rook c1, then you take on c4.
But then there is king e1, knight d2, rook c7. King d8, rook a7.
Oh, which move? Right here?
No, I take with the rook.
Bishop a6.
b3.
Knight b3.
Knight b3.
And
king e1, no, but now I do it the other way.
But this is...
yeah, exactly. It's
then
just
king
like,
d1 probably.
no, but if I go king d1, no, what's the difference? It's still the same thing. King c2,
Yeah.
knight a5. It's like, I mean, that's why like I just got it from the board, because I suddenly like I started calculating, and then I'm like, oh wait, it's just like completely lost. But I mean, okay, I can play rook c3, but of course, I mean, or actually no, probably okay, if I do rook c3, I mean, I think this is just much better for black. Takes just b5. I mean, okay, I mean, maybe I can do something, but I mean, it's gonna be, I'll be suffering for quite a while at least. And I mean, and so I think I was just gonna play. Yeah, I was gonna play this one, but there are problems even in this one, because b4 now you take on c4. I mean, okay, you can play this, but I think takes, which would b5 should be a draw. Should be. I mean, okay, black can maybe try, but I mean, black's better, but still, I think it should be a draw. Like,
such a moves.
No, but like this, bishop a6, and now rook b8, and suddenly, I mean, like, I think I was gonna do something. Rook c7. Yeah, I think I was gonna play rook c7 and this, but I mean, but even this, I mean, rook g8 maybe or something. I mean, I probably can draw it, but I mean, of course, black has to be the one with chances. I mean, okay, I probably can draw this, but at the very least, I mean, black has to be a little bit better. Yeah, like I was just gonna go king e2, and I saw knight c4, bishop a6, b3, and some draw. And then once I played it, I'm like, oh wait, there's just rook takes c4. It's just a terrible blunder, or oversight. But yeah, because I mean, yeah, you didn't see rook c4 either. Yeah.
So that's why I started to look something like take bishop a6, b3, but it was
of course,
not so clear.
Rook c5, and you should draw probably.
Well, still a4, I don't know, rook c8, king d3.
Yeah.
That's why I spent so much finding how to equalize.
Right. Yeah.
Faster,
Maybe,
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah. You don't see rook c4.
Okay, I wasn't aware that you really blundered. It was good poker face.
Yes.
Because I knew 15th move, b takes a7, some forced draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But knight f3, okay. I said.
No, but even here I can take on a7.
Maybe it's not so. It's not like you came and just wanted to make a draw with white.
Right.
For sure. So.
Yeah, no, I was trying.
So that's why.
Yeah, okay, but now I mean, now it's just very simple. I mean, because.
Yeah, and after, I don't know. In some moment, I also think I play not so accurate. Maybe I should play
just bishop
d5.
Just simple.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean bishop d5 is just easy draw. But still, I mean, unless.
Okay,
I mean, maybe I can try this.
It's created some extra possibilities. Yeah, maybe I calculate something like rook c1, rook a1.
Yeah, and then rook h8.
Rook
h8 or
rook
h7?
Rook h7, g6. I don't think.
Some knight e4, maybe. Yeah, I want to go some knight e4, knight g5 tricks. But you can always just go knight c4. You can always just go knight c4 even and just knight d6.
Rook a2 maybe some extra.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I probably should go rook h8, but I mean, somehow.
I thought I would play something like rook a2, maybe king d1.
And just
rook a1,
yeah,
rook a3, rook b, and something like rook a2. And you can take
right,
b6
because you're threatening rook b2 now.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course.
But still, maybe there is something, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, because okay, I mean, yeah, but it's, I mean, the rest, okay, it's just very simple and straightforward to the end. I mean, there's not much that can be done after rook b5. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, so the only critical moment was on this rook ac8, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's
okay, and bishop d5 maybe.
Well, okay, but I mean, even bishop g. I mean, the way Ruslan played should be a draw. So it's just that you can make, like, if you make one or two more wrong moves, then suddenly you're gonna end up worse. This is the only danger. But yeah, I mean, rook c8. I mean, it's just.
So you're happy that the bullet went very close to your ear today?
Yeah, well, today I don't know. Today I just couldn't seem to play. Maybe I wasn't focused enough or something. Maybe it's something. But yeah, today was just very bad because I mean. I use all my time looking at all the. Well, actually, the problem is also to show how bad my calculation was. Like, for some reason, I forgot you could go rook c8, rook d8. Because in the other lines I saw like rook h8. I just forgot that you could use the other rook and put the other rook on d8. Like, so it's just, I mean, very, very bad. Yeah.
So was it the rest day which got you out of your rhythm?
Okay, actually in a lot of tournaments recently I seem to lose after a rest day. I think like in my last 3 tournaments or something I've lost a game after a rest day. So maybe, but in general I just didn't play well. But okay, I'm still going to be tied for the lead at least, so just have to play better tomorrow.
Ruslan, you seem quite fine with today's oversight. Keep solid.
You always tell me I keep solid. What does it mean solid?
Will you make a draw?
So it's like a dream of my life to make a draw every.
No, but you seemed very cheerful. I mean, other players will be extremely, I don't know, disappointed maybe. Or
what I mean, I should.
You're a problem.
I mean, what should I do? I mean, okay, sometimes it's happened. I mean, everyone has their own good and bad tournaments. I mean, and yeah, I can't win even single game. But okay, it's not the end of the life. It would be still 2 games here, and after this I play immediately 8 games in Bucharest. I didn't say. I hope it's some. It should stop.
Yes, at some point, yes.
It doesn't mean you're not trying
At
every
least,
single day.
I mean, if not, maybe I will go to some Bilbao chess club and fight.
Yes, get some easy games, some easy points.
Yeah. Ivanchuk just mentioned this idea that it's good to win some games and then come back fully ready to.
No, I mean, I played in Riga. It was rapid. I was quite happy. Like, I beat Mamedyarov, world champion, with rapid 2-0. Probably I spent all my energy on this.
But
So now I need to collect.
at least you enjoyed the rest day yesterday.
Well, it's always nice to rest, but I need to play, to work, I need to earn some money. It's not, but yeah, it's good to have some rest days during the tournament. Especially I lost to Bakrot, so it's good to calm down a bit.
Hikaru, are you still working with Kogan or not anymore? Because there are people who say that you are still working with him, some others they say you are not anymore.
I'll comment on all this at another time, okay? But I mean, okay, I think I'm having good results at the moment, so it's really, that isn't important.
So it's important to move on and win maybe this tournament and break
Okay.
the 2800 barrier.
Okay, I mean,
Or
no,
you're not
but I
thinking
mean,
about it.
no, I mean, okay, to be fair, the first time I ever broke 2700 was in France, so it would be quite nice if I could break 2800 as well, but, you know, I mean, still, you look at the last couple of people who've gotten close to 2800, they immediately go and lose like 5 games in a row or something, so, you know, I'm not too worried about it. I'm just going to try and play well in the last 2 games of the tournament.
But at least I saw in Blitz you are number
Yeah,
one.
okay.
So-
And Blitz, yes, it's okay.
Okay, but why not?
something.
It's something as well.
Yes.
So if someone will tell you you are not 2,800, you can tell. Well,
No, but actually I realize I think my rating is the exact same now, I think. Because I think I don't know, what am I in Blitz? Or not?
Okay, I don't know, my second.
Okay, but I mean, yeah, okay.
Vladimir Baklan
yeah.
told me that you are something like 871 or so.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
just
but
confusing numbers, yes. It's okay, but I mean, still, it's okay. It's just, you know. Okay, I want to try and play some good classical chess, because today I played a little bit like Blitz, and then, okay, you miss a few moves, and okay, I was a bit lucky.
When Blitz 28, 79.
Okay, 79, okay, I'm confusing numbers.
Well, not bad at all, actually.
No, it's okay, that's Blitz. And classical chess,
It's different.
classical chess is how you earn money. You don't earn money from Blitz.
Well, you still enter time trouble time to time, so you need to handle it right.
Yeah, no, but I mean, okay, to be fair, I think there's a huge difference here than other tournaments because there's no increment. I mean, you look at Grischuk, okay, he's also considered to be one of the best Blitz players, but here he gets in time pressure and he just falls apart, it seems like, in every game. Because there's no increment. So I think, I mean, there's quite a big difference. I mean, classical, Blitz, whatever, when you have increment or no increment, I think it makes a big difference.
So you prefer to have this 30 seconds from move
No,
on?
not at all. No, I prefer the game without increment. I mean, okay, I grew up in America, so I'm used to playing, you know, 2 games a day, no increments, you know, 7 hours. Just,
But it's called
just play all the time.
Fisher chess. It's called like with increment. It was
Right, yeah,
by
originally Fisher, yes.
So I thought it's actually
So it's
American.
American. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but no, I'm so used to playing in the U.S. with no increments. I mean, always without increments.
Well, thank you very much. If there are no questions from the audience,
We can
we'll
go
take
to
a break.
Versailles now. No, I mean Versailles. We live in Versailles, not Versailles Palace.
Yeah, also
Versailles
true.
City.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening again. We have just witnessed 2 press conferences, two games have finished draw as predicted, and now let us look at the four remaining games. It took us for a while, so all the games need a huge update. And let us look at the game starting from the first one, Dominguez Fressinet. So we left the position after the move rook a8. So then white has played e6. This decision connected with pawn sacrifice. What happened in the game looks quite strange and unusual. So now f6, and instead of the normal looking move like bishop c7, which in its turn would cause the bishop c7 being cut away from the square g3, h2, then the position is of course unclear, because rook h2 is threatening to come into play and win this pawn on c2. So instead of taking on c7, white played knight g5, e5, rook e1, king f6, and here the series of the repetition of moves followed. King f7, knight g5, king f6, knight e4, now king f7. Here one could think that the draw can be agreed, but white decided to go on. And probably it was a correct decision, because white does not have any risk in this position, because the extra pawn of black is on the queen's side and it is not going further. And the permanent weakness of the pawn e5 always gives the possibility to make a draw later if he wants so. So after rook a3, c5 is a useful move in order to free the square for the bishop c6. Knight g5 has been played, king f6, knight e4. So white is repeating the moves repeatedly in order to win some time and to reduce the number of the moves until the time control. Rook a e3, rook a e8, knight g5, king f6. Again check. Again the moves are being repeated, and now white is thinking what to do further. Objectively speaking, it is very difficult for white here to make any further progress, because even if he manages to win the pawn on e5, it is necessary to remember about the possible check on the square h2. I believe that white should here force a draw by the repetition of moves, and then they simply must go home and have some rest. And Dominguez must think about his opening preparation in this opening, because it is already the second game that he is failing to demonstrate any kind of advantage. Even in the first game against Bakrot, he got worse position as white. In this game, he also does not get any advantage. So now let's go to the next game, Bakrot-Vachier. So not many things happened in this game as well. So we left the position after the move knight e4, and now the series of exchanges took place. Rook c8, queen c8, knight b1. White for some reason decided to keep the pieces on board. Also there was a direct threat by black to play queen c3. So knight b1 was played with the idea to stop the move queen c3. Now knight df6, knight d2, knight d2, knight d2, knight e4. We see that Black wants to exchange all material available, and now the move knight b1 has been played. Again, there was the same kind of idea to play queen c3 from the black side. It is possible to conclude that with such limited material left on board, black absolutely does not have any danger of losing. If the position would be more open and the bishop on b7 could have played, then probably black could think about any kind of advantage here. But the problem is that the bishop on b7 is too bad, and in this position it is very difficult to think about more than a draw. So h5 has been played. Black wants to create some weaknesses on the king side. Bishop f1 now. h4 has been played. Bishop d3. So black is thinking now, but of course it is not realistic for black to hope for more anything than a draw. And of course the players are playing, but then probably at some point white would play queen c2 in order to establish the control over the c line. Then he would play knight d2 to bring the knight back into play, and this game should end in a draw. Now let us look at two the most exciting games of the today's round, and we begin with the game Giri-Caruana. So we left the board after the move knight e7. So here different predictions were made. Konstantin Landa was thinking that black would win in this game. I was not entirely sure. Let's see what went further. Bishop f3, g6, knight e2, bishop g7, rook a2, and now finally black conducted the typical move b7 b5, which always should be played by black in this structure of Benoni. Now a b5, and very interesting original move b4 played by white in order not only to stop black pawns from further advances, also with the idea to develop the bishop c1 and exchange good black bishop g7. Queen b6 has just been played. Bishop b2, now bishop b2, rook b2, and now black has played c4. So very responsible strategical decision, because in this position it gives white the possibility to establish the blockade and put the knight on c3 later. Then you see that black has potentially weak pawn on b5, but in its turn black gets the passed pawn c and the square d3 for the bishop. So very double-sided move. Queen d2, rook a8, knight c3, and now knight c8. Rook e1 has been played, and now the move rook a e8. So if you look at the last three moves of black, doesn't look absolutely nice. First black plays rook a8, then knight c7, and then the same rook goes to e8 from the square a8. It looks like black is losing time at some moment. Probably there was something in this position that forced black to choose this order of moves, or just some kind of miscalculation. In any case, black lost a very important tempo in this position. So after the move rook e8, white just played bishop e4. So now, of course, after this move, it is necessary to calculate some tactics. For example, bishop e4, knight e4, and then you must look after the move rook f4. And then we see that knight c4 is possible, attacking both the queen on b6 and the rook on f4. And after the move rook f4, threatening to give the mate on f1, white still has the move queen f4 winning material. So it means that the pawn f4 is untouchable, and after the move knight e4, black has played knight f5. Again, quite an interesting move. Always in this position, you have to calculate some tactics and to be very careful. And I don't understand. Okay, so knight e5 has been played. So the idea is the following. After knight e5, rook f5 can follow. So with the idea to win the pawn d5, and after, for example, the move knight c3, black wants to take on e2 and simply win the pawn on f4. So at the moment, white is thinking. The position remains quite complex, but it looks like black is taking the control over this game, and that Anish may be experiencing some problems here. Also, it is necessary to look now at the move knight g4, threatening to win the exchange by the move knight f6 check. But then probably king g7 will follow, and after the move queen c3, black has a very good move queen d4. So it doesn't look all right for white, and probably Konstantin Landa was right when thinking about the position, making some kind of evaluation. And now I see that the game Dominguez has just finished with a draw by the repetition of moves as was predicted, and now I see the players moving around here, so here they will come soon for the press conferences. Before they are here, I have still some time left, so we can have a quick quick glimpse at the last game of today, and this is the game Tomashevsky Grischuk. Not many moves were played afterwards since our last commentary. Only a couple of moves were played. So after knight d3, yeah, that was a possible candidate move. So rook d8 has been played. Now knight d5, bishop c6, d6, king h8, rook c1, and now h6 with a very complex and clear position, because now black wants to play f5, then maybe rook f6 and try to win this pawn on d6. Of course, the pawn on d6 is quite strong, but it can become weak, and also the pair of bishops can play an important role. So now
Fine, Sergei? Yeah. Welcome back. We have another draw between Dominguez and Laurent Fressinet. It seems that everybody's playing Berlin Wall against you lately.
Yeah, somehow today I got a very nice position. I thought that it was very pleasant, but I completely missed. I mean, I was too optimistic with this e6 push. I underestimated that he can take with pawn and then play e5 and get some activity on the king side. Yes. Yeah, here it's just very nice for white. I think even if I go something like this, bishop c8 or c5, rook d2, c6.
No, I fully agree with Lenia. I mean, I was just caught by surprise. I don't know why, because he played very principled, but this g4 was never played somehow, and I thought about it before the game. It was already too late to. I mean, I here, I don't know why. f3 is just. I checked e6, but e6 is not good. And I don't know why f3 is such an obvious move. I mean, when I started with this line, I thought, okay, where should I go after f3, and it was not clear. And then, of course, it's always the same story. Yeah? When you're afraid of something, then the opponent just plays.
So you prepared already until here, but f3 was.
Yeah, no, I don't know why. Because e6 maybe is first line, but you shouldn't check with stupid computer. Okay. Of course, f3. I mean, I would in blitz game. I mean, you would play f3. I mean, any human would play f3 or even yeah. F3. So I already have to give this bishop. I didn't see anything. If I go bishop c8, just 94, and I think it's just e6 is coming. I think it's very bad. So bishop c5 is kind of forced, but I took a lot of time because I somehow was not happy with it. So okay. Here, of course, I can start with bishop c8. It was a big question for me. You take, I guess. And to change one pair, and I don't know. But in general, yeah, it's just opposite color bishop and
very unpleasant.
Yeah, majority. And okay, if you push f4, then it's okay. It's not so easy to organize f4, but
you can go king f2.
King f2, king e3. Then maybe at some point knight f2, f4, f5. And okay, I have to organize. I will have to defend
for a long time.
Yeah, so that's why. King f2, b6, yeah, I was hoping, in fact, for this rook a4, to be honest. Here? Okay, let's see, this is critical, but... Okay, I thought I was more or less holding here,
but you were worried already.
Well, I was not happy. This is not what you are looking for. No, it's just there to say, huh? It's in between draw and win for white, but...
But when do you believe, Lenia, that you lost maybe your advantage?
We continued to bishop d7 and then...
I think it was here. I think that this rook a4, e6 was not
okay.
No, then
let's see. King e3. So bishop. So then I don't play bishop c6. Yeah, I can play.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought about this.
Yeah.
But even like
takes. King e3.
Because white must play knight f2 at some point, yeah? Otherwise, it's difficult to push f4, f5.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yes, and then you play f6.
Okay, but how? Let's say I play this, huh?
Maybe f5.
No, I should protect. The point is that my pawns are so weak, yeah.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight f2.
Then f5.
F5, yeah.
Take, and then you take with g, and if you f4.
Yeah, okay, but this kind of... I mean, I have to play f5 now.
Yes,
maybe knight g5. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, back to c8.
Okay, maybe no. I agree. Probably it's should be draw, yeah, but
okay.
Yeah, but it's not what you are looking for. They can prepare this, and
maybe it's not bad because some kind of fortress, bishop f5.
Yeah, no, okay, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing really for draw. Yeah, I mean, and very unpleasant. Okay, maybe it's some kind of fortress, maybe not. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, in general, like I can also, of course, keep a pair of rooks and then just play the same.
I think if I play bishop c6, then you cannot.
No, but I mean, instead of rook d1, if I want to play this.
Yes.
Some king
you
c3.
can king c3, of course. Yes, then I thought c5, rook d2. Then probably I have to take with the king, because otherwise rook h1. So you have to take with the king. King to c8.
Maybe knight f2.
Then rook e8
can I play f4?
f4, h3, I think.
Rook d1?
So king somewhere. How do you...
No, rook g1.
Rook?
G1.
G1. Sorry. And what's... I didn't see how you...
Knight g5. You want to take? Or knight f2 f5?
Yeah, knight f2. No, very unpleasant. I don't know, yeah. Of course. Oh, maybe... Okay, if I take with the rook?
Rook h2.
Yeah, maybe I can come with...
on e4 and rook d2?
Maybe rook d5 first, f4, rook d4. Because rook d4 c3, no?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I have to be active, yeah? But of course it's...
Yeah, it's,
no, of course. I mean, no one will repeat. I mean, I'm not planning to repeat this. I'm happy I survived. So b6, yeah, Lenia went for...
because
okay.
in fact, instead of king f2, I was thinking so long because I saw that rook a4 already very interesting. a6, rook
okay.
b4.
Yeah.
With bishop c8,
yeah,
e6. But then I saw that b6, and after e6, c5 you have.
Aha, okay. Okay, let's try.
Yeah,
Yeah, rook a4. That was not... Why is it this time? And e6, c5?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah, okay. Didn't see that. Ah, and no square for the rook, yeah? Rook b3, bishop b6, and attack the rook.
Yes.
So... yeah, this is good. Okay, in the worst case, I can always play. So yeah, I saw this line and I wanted to. Okay, 4. I thought okay, well, if a5 I'm losing immediately because of e6, and then take on c7, take b6, and take a5. So okay, it is completely forced. And here, if I take with the bishop, it's very unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I can come here, but here, check. Ah no, and even bishop a3. Yeah.
Some cookie one.
Maybe this. Just. Yeah, 96, 98, computer show. So, okay. Here. So that's why I took with the pawn. I thought, okay, if he takes here, then I'm doing very well suddenly. I mean.
Even if I press.
Yeah, I will. Okay, 3, bishop c6 now.
You're not going to play e5?
And yeah, I'm going. Next move, hop. And now the bishop is a bit strange here.
Yeah.
And I'm threatening rook h2 also. And suddenly it's. Yeah, and then I started to panic because I thought rook e1.
We have very young
Yeah.
public.
Excuse-moi. Hein? Il parle pas français. I doesn't speak French, sorry. So c5. And now why you didn't play this?
No, in fact I was so upset that I missed this whole f6 things that I would just play quickly knight e5.
e5, and now rook e3, and it's different from the game. If
So
I play rook
e8,
e8, then knight c3. And instead of king on f7, I have king on c7.
Okay, king d6.
Okay, king d6, yeah? Check king c6, yeah?
Probably.
Okay.
Maybe knight d2 instead.
Knight e4, yeah?
But instead of knight c3, maybe.
Ah, knight d2 also. Yeah, like in the game, huh?
Mm.
Yeah, but this I will, anyway, I thought I would make it now.
Yeah, it's like a tempo I was considering the final
Yeah,
position.
no, of course,
I
go
go
better.
knight c4.
Okay, but you just...
Okay, but here I can play.
yeah, you can play, but I'm not that why. No, okay, of course you can play, but no risk, but I don't okay. Yeah, no, now it's okay, more or less. But okay, maybe you're right.
Excuse me. So, just
Bishop g7. Maybe.
But maybe you have
And then
something else.
variation bishop g7.
Well, sorry?
We just look at this variation after you play rook e7, bishop g7.
Okay, sure.
Protected.
Hop. Yeah, I think. No, okay. Okay, I don't know. Any move, yeah? Okay, it's slightly worse. Yeah. So, rook e1, c5, rook e3, yeah? And now, yeah, because this pawn is hanging, so I have to play e5, rook e3. I think it's very direct. Yeah, I cannot do much. Maybe bishop c6?
Maybe some rook f8.
And now, knight c3 is bishop g4, huh? So if just king move. Okay, I agree. It's a bit strange, huh? No, maybe just here.
Knight f4 to keep the pawn.
That's knight f4.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's a Yeah, how can you, yeah, because much, yeah. Knight g5, bishop g4, huh? No, nothing. Ah, okay, fate is a good move, huh? And then because my king is here, yeah. Yeah, and in the game, I think it's just, okay, Linia was repeating. But, okay, then I cannot, okay, nothing to be done, yeah. Because the final position, he can play knight d2, or knight c3. Okay, knight c3 is bishop c6.
Yeah.
And if he takes everything, I have rook h2. And if knight d2, then bishop b5.
Yeah, bishop b5 is very strong.
Okay, and now,
So there is
not possible to,
more,
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I can become better, yeah? If I have time for rook e7, okay, un po' n'importe.
Yeah.
So, here's so as to force a draw.
So Lenny, I see you're a bit disappointed for missing early on your advantage, but given the caliber of this tournament, everybody is having a second usually. Do you get help from someone for this tournament, or you are alone?
Not really, just on my own.
So you have to prepare all the time.
Yeah, but it's not such a big deal. I mean, I went with second to first two Grand Prix and I was just doing terrible. So third Grand Prix, I took my father with me, so I won the tournament. And here also doing more or less okay without second, so I'm not sure.
So you changed your strategy?
Yeah, just the same for me.
What about you, Laurent?
No, I'm working on my own. Yeah, okay, okay. In fact, it was a bit late invitation and didn't have time to, maybe to take a seat. But okay, I was, anyway, yeah, you have to,
yeah.
You have to, no, but okay, I was working for World Cup, so, okay, and in World Cup I couldn't use most of my preparation because I lost very quickly. So, okay, this is kind of compensation, I can. Yeah, but okay, of course you have to, yeah, you have to, but okay, you get used to it.
But I believe you're quite happy with this tournament because you're very energetic, very enthusiastic, showing all the lines, sitting in the car about to...
No, I'm enthusiastic to show the game to the fans, but okay, I'm not enthusiastic about my result. Yeah? I'm just, I don't think it's good, but okay, I have to live with it and try to do better. Yeah? I missed some chances against Tomashevsky and Ivanchuk, so okay. It's a bit pity, but today I get some reward, yeah, because I could suffer much more. So, okay.
Yeah, so today's draw was a fine result.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So are you ready for 2 more games after today's day?
We're always ready.
I know.
You have to.
Yeah, professionals. Are there any questions from the audience? Otherwise, we will thank the players very much and good luck tomorrow.
And by the way, I think Grischuk is much better. I disagree with.
Yeah.
We have just finished another press conference, and I would like to continue my live coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. So let us look at 3 remaining games of this round. And let's start with the game Bakrot-Vachier. So couple of moves were played there. After the move bishop d3, black took on g3. H3, queen c7 has been played. So sometimes after the move queen c7, black has an idea to sacrifice the knight on g3 in exchange for 3 pawns. So white plays king g2. Of course, it was also possible to play queen c2 first. Knight d6. Now queen c3. White has established the control over the c line. Queen d7 and a4 has been played to protect the pawn on b5. And now black has just played e5, using a tactical trick that taking on e5 not possible, then d4 wins the queen. Black wants to play e4, then maybe bishop c8, queen h3, bishop g4, and go for attack, maybe for a mate as well. So the position was dull a little bit, and now we get some fight here, and Van Hao is very creative in finding the resources in this game. Of course, it is not possible to speak about any kind of realistic advantage in this game so far, but the game is going on, and I would be very impressed that in such a dull opening, in such a passive position as Van Hao had in this game today, he still manages to get chances, ideas. So now let's go to the game Giri-Caruana. Time trouble is approaching in this game. Also in the last game, Tomashevsky, Grischuk, and two games are very exciting. So it really would be very interesting to follow. So knight f5 has been played, rook f5, and now white makes a very aggressive move, playing g4 here. Probably it was necessary to take draconic measures in order to establish play in this position, because what we see that after the move g4, white wants to play g5, and then suddenly we see the weakness of the black king, and especially the knight on f6. So rook f7, rook b1, necessary to establish the coordination between the rooks in order to have the possibility even to move the knight e4 to g5 and e6. So queen b8 has just been played. So black wants to bring the queen into play, playing queen d8. And after g5, queen d8 has just been played, and now I see that white can win the exchange playing knight f6 here, because but still after knight f6, rook f6, gf6, queen f6, and now for example rook e8, knight e8, white has too many weak pawns in the position, b4, d5, f4, and all these pawns can be attacked by the queen and the knight. And the black king is quite safe. For example, if rook e1, then even knight g7 is possible, then the knight can go to f5. White king is also open, so it looks like the chances of the sides changed a little bit since the middle game, and maybe it was the loss of time that black had in the middle of the game. If you remember, when black played rook a8, then knight c7, and then lost a very important tempo. So it looks like black is having problems at the moment, and also it is necessary to mention that Fabiano is short on time at the moment. He has only 4 minutes 25 seconds left for the remaining 6 moves of the game, and white has a comfortable 7 minutes. So it means that Anish can use his time in order to find one or another way to complicate the matters, and maybe he can find something serious besides just winning the exchange here. Nevertheless, he is thinking here, and we can look at the last game, Tomashevsky-Grischuk. So let us look there. This game is not developing quickly as the other games. After rook c1, black has just played h6. So rook e2 and now f5. So although the pawn on d6 is quite dangerous, but white is going to lose it. So d7 has been played, bishop d7, and now the move rook d2 has been played. Instead of the move rook d2, it was interesting to look at the following move. For example, knight d6, queen e7, and now knight c b7 with the following idea. If the rook moves away to the square b8, then rook c7 is very interesting and deserving attention. Now you see that white has some kind of compensation for the pawn. Also knight c5 is threatening, or another jump of the knight d6, for example knight f5. So I don't understand why the move knight cb7 has not been played, because for example after the move bishop b5 here, it is possible to take on d8, and if rook e2, then white has intermediate check on f7. And after the move rook d8, white can even take on b5 here, and the pair of rooks and the knight should be more than okay for black. Also after the move bishop b5, it is necessary to look at this move. But then maybe rook d7, rook c5, and rook c5 is not working. So maybe knight c5 here again. I don't know. Of course, I'm not a player by myself. It is very difficult for me with only seconds to try to understand what exactly going in this game. But instead of the move rook d2 here that was played in the game, knight d6 and then knight cb7 was very interesting. In this position, white played rook d2 here. Now black took on e4, rook d7, and now the move e3, giving up the pawn that was won previously, f e4, and now the move e4. Now the bishop g7 has become active, and the pawn on b2 is under attack. Although it looks like a slightly better position for black at the moment, but really white should not have problems here, and I believe that this game with the correct play should end in a draw now. So now let's look at other games and see if anything interesting happening, because now only 15 minutes left until the end of the time control, so the pace of the game will increase, and the players will start playing very quickly from now on. So it makes the remaining quarter of an hour very interesting. So after the move e5, white has played king g1, now e4, bishop e2. It was also possible to put the bishop on f1, g6, knight d2, king g7, and now bishop d1. Not very clear what white wants to achieve putting the bishop on d1. So f6 has just been played, so maybe the idea to play g5, I don't know. Maybe the players are just waiting for the end of this control, and so they don't want to make any weaknesses, any further move. So just want to have 40 moves over, and when 40 moves will be over, so they will have enough time to reflect in the changing situation. Anish Giri won and exchanged, and after knight e8 he played queen e3. We were looking only at the move rook e1, but the move queen e3 gives white maybe the possibility to play queen b6 and attack the pawn on b5. But of course then it is necessary to look at the possibility of the move queen f4. So now black must choose and decide which move to make. King f7 looks interesting, deserving attention, but then white can play rook e1, knight c7 and queen a7. So for the moment it is better to keep the king on g8. And I believe, yes, now I see that knight c7 has been played, attacking the pawn on d5. Maybe now queen a7 is possible. So Anish is thinking now. Maybe he can try to set a trap for his opponent. Queen a7 and queen f4 is not possible because white can give the check and win the knight with the check. So, and knight d5 is also not working because then there is a queen a8 check. So let's see which move Anish will choose here in this position. Lot of developments in the third remaining game, Tomashevsky Grischuk. So this game is drifting to a draw. So rook d8 has been played, queen d8, knight e6, forcing the exchanges, queen d1, rook d1, now rook c8, knight g7, king g7, rook d7, king f6, rook a7, now rook c1, king h1, king h2, and now rook e1. So now white should play rook b7, attacking the pawn on b4. But then, after the move rook e3, rook b4, and maybe the move king e5, we see that black has a strong passed pawn in the center, this pawn e4. And usually this pawn is very dangerous and should compensate two passed pawns of white. And I believe that this game should end in a draw, despite white extra pawn in this position. So at the moment Tomashevsky is thinking. He also has the possibility to give the check on a6 in order to try to understand where the king goes, because if the king goes back to f7, white wins an important tempo in comparison with the previous line, when black king could go to a5 immediately. So probably it is wise to give a check, because white is not losing anything, and for example after the move king f5 he can even give the check back and simply repeat the moves here. and the rook on a5 is standing in a safe way, cutting off the black king. So white is thinking after the move rook e1 what to do. So several moves were played in the game Bakrot-Vachier. After the move f6, white decided that it is time now to stop once and forever all play of black. So he played now f4, e4, bishop f3, and now the move knight f7. Now we have like a position similar to the French defense, and at this moment the position of the white king is quite vulnerable, because after playing f4, white has created the weakness on the square g3, so the pawn on g3 is weak, and sometimes maybe it can be used by the move queen h3. Of course, the position of white is still extremely solid, because there is always the problem with the bishop on b7. So the queen d7 cannot enter the play, because white has always idea to play queen c7. Maybe black is standing slightly better for the moment, but really I don't see any danger in white position, because the material left is very small. So one move has been played in the game Giri-Caruana. After knight c7, white has played rook e1, quite an unusual move, and now black took on d5. So I do not understand very well what white wants to achieve. Probably he must now give the check on e8, and after king g7 he must take on d5 here, attacking both the knight on d5 and the pawn on c4. So at the moment white is thinking. He has 4 minutes left for just one move, so double checking everything before making the last move before the time control. I need to update live games, what I see on my screen. Yeah, there is a mistake on the site. On the tournament I cannot see the correct moves being played in the game Tomashevsky Grischuk. I just can look now only at the game Bakrot-Vachier. After knight f7, white has played bishop g2, knight g5, and now the move queen c2, just keeping the eye on the square f5. Of course, there was no any direct threat for black to play queen f5, but the queen is being put in a safe position. So queen e7 has been played. Yeah, maybe now white simply can play king f2. And the position remains closer to equal. So the transmission of the game Tomashevsky-Grischuk has been restored in a correct way. So I can now see what has been played. So maybe it is not correct because after the move rook e1, white makes a logical move. So I cannot see this move being played in the game. Probably there is something wrong in the transmission because you never make such a move, because then rook e3 simply is possible. So I have to wait with my comments on this game, because it is obvious that something wrong with the live transmission of this game. And Anish made his last 40th move, so he played queen a7 here, and now the mate on e8 is threatening. Does really white get a chance to give mate in this position? But this move sets a kind of trap, because it is not possible to take on f4 because rook e8 mate is coming here. So probably black needs to play queen f7 in this position in order to protect everything, and then probably black is okay. Yes, queen f7 has just been played, and that was the last move on the control. So both sides finished mate 40 moves, so now they have plenty of times to understand and reflect. Now I have some video. So the moves have been corrected. So let us look now at the move at the game Tomashevsky-Grischuk. So after the move rook e1, rook a6 has been played, as I suggested. Now king e5, rook a5, king e6, and now rook b5, rook e3, rook b4, and king e5. Exactly as we were looking at this position several moves ago. So there is an active king in the center of black, and the passed pawn e. Usually this pawn on e4 should compensate two passed pawns of white, and this game should finish in a draw, I believe. Now I see that Etienne Bakrot and Van Gaal have agreed on a draw. They are already in the press room, so we will start our press conference soon. So I will be back soon with a live coverage, but first let's wait and see the players sitting next to me.
So far, a peaceful day. The fourth draw just finished between Etienne Bakrot and Van Houw. Nevertheless, we shouldn't be deceived by the results because the game of today was extremely fighting at some point, right? With E5, so you were trying to get initiative. How was today's Catalan? Because you seem to play it on the
I was just trying to play a solid game, but firstly, I didn't try G3. I mean, nothing. You already just play E3 native 3D setup, but yeah, of course, G3 is also one of the main lines, and actually, I don't know, before really surprised me because I knew that Syria was 85 and white is probably can play for a slight advantage. I don't really know how to equalize this position completely, but I'm sure this is fine for black.
Because before was
I don't
first
know.
of series of not very good move there.
Yeah, I think okay, FIFA was decent, not a decent move, just after...
No, because I got this position with the bishop on b7 and queen on b2, but it's not...
yes, I think right.
But after a5 it was becoming equal.
Bishop b7 was possible instead of...
But I didn't like bishop b7 towards another knight c7.
Oh, but CD, bishop b7.
Bishop d5 now.
No, but I think he didn't like this.
Knight e4.
Yes, okay, but I mean, this pawn is always handy somewhere. I don't really think okay, black has some real problems, but
How you attack this pawn on b6 now?
I don't like this.
Oh, but okay,
this
the game
setup.
is equal, huh?
Yeah. No, but anyway, if one it wants to play this,
Yeah, I can start with CD5. Yeah.
Bishop e7. I mean, first on my side, this would be candle. I mean, slightly worse for white. I don't know for black, but somehow just. I mean, this move was. I was trying to stop this knight e3, knight a5 idea with queen b5, but actually, okay, in this position, also white can play like e3 or knight on a5 too. Probably it's just nothing special. Yeah, I think this position is pretty decent, but I mean, anyway, white shouldn't be in trouble. I mean, at least white should be priced.
No, but I placed my pieces badly with the knight on d2 because when black's playing knight g4, if I take g, okay, with the square on g5, it should be equal also.
Okay, you didn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
c3 was just bad also, like knight bd2 was bad and c3 was bad.
oh, yeah, you can play go this. Yeah, also I think in this structure, white is slightly better. Okay, only white can make some plans. Play for equal knights.
But we just heard that Etienne was unhappy with his.
I mean,
with his play.
c3 was very strange. I didn't understand. And I thought he would want to play this.
Yes, I
e5.
wanted to take, yeah, but then I decided that.
Yeah, I thought okay afterwards black shouldn't be worse anyway, and maybe even have some chance to fix the advantage. I don't know. But this is really dry. Knight e6. I was wondering why don't you just play knight e5? This one. Yeah, but because knight e5, I was going to play knight e7 to just make it work. Knight d2 was kind of strange to me, but I don't know if I go this one. I certainly have to go like Giri-Caruana or something.
Yes, I don't know. I played very badly.
Yeah.
I searched for problems to try to solve, just to equal positions, and I don't know what to play.
I mean,
But you had only composition finally, so.
Yes, maybe I'm still holding in the game, but in the game I'm under slight pressure.
But when you started to get worried? After before?
After h5 already. So no, here I was not worried. After h5, okay.
Okay, I mean, I think white was just in time to, to defend everything. Because here, no bishop, when e5 was not possible, I guess. The e5, d4. I mean, it's really tempting, but it's not working. Knight d5, knight d2, queen d4, and look at f4. Check. And only, here only white can be winning. Simply not working. And also I was thinking over here, I was going to play this actually at my first set, knight e2, and play e5. It looks very strong, but
f4 is not possible after knight g5.
yeah?
f4.
Yes, it's possible, but I can check on f3 and to create some problems for white.
In each one?
Oh, I don't think it's promising. It's unusual.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's also okay. Knight d2, e5. Okay, if d5 and d4, I believe only black is good. E d4, queen d4, white has problems. Okay, but white can simply go with king c2. Only white can be better.
So you had to take on just reverse.
Yeah, I decided not to make such a risky plan. So
But maybe actually edge is not the best. Maybe we should play queen c7 immediately.
I don't know. I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference.
Okay, okay. Queen d6.
You mean no? But you don't have to. You don't even have to play.
No, at least in tight trouble to keep the pawns will be more.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
more annoying.
you can simply go something like knight d2 and you don't have problems.
But now maybe you give no edge. No, just maybe you will give the piece edge, edge.
No, but I don't believe white has problems. This will be very good for white, I guess. I don't think I'm pressed.
Right?
Bishop
So g6.
Or something. I don't know. Bishop e2. No, I think I have to go for a draw.
Yes, probably.
No, I think my bishop is here very bad. Yes, I mean, no, but I didn't like this. I thought, okay, if my pawn, so I tried to do it much better for black, of course, but no, I didn't think I even engaged this one because I thought, okay, here, what can I also play? Knight d2, yes. I don't know what I'm going to play. I thought, okay, just make some moves and they go to bishop c8, bishop d7.
So knight
No, but
was
during
too
all the game I
precise.
was searching for problems with white.
I think so.
You didn't find them eventually, no?
No, I found them.
Well,
Okay,
the
then
draw-
finally I took good decisions that I play f4. But I
Which
was
was
searching
precisely-
and
Yeah, I
I
thought you
almost
were,
got into real troubles.
I thought you were playing for lose, but
Playing to lose, yeah?
yeah, playing to lose. But I didn't have time to quit real attack here.
But we can play f5 and g5, but I will play f4.
Yeah.
I will play knight d2, g5, f4.
And I believe it's decent.
So I just took one good decision to play f4.
At the right moment.
Yeah. But you can also play it. Oh, okay.
Yes,
So if you don't play a4, the black's attack will just come.
No, I
No,
don't
but
really
again.
think so.
But
Just
Black will play some more.
And you'll suffer for 90 minutes.
Okay, if I continue to play like in the game, maybe.
No, I don't want to continue. This is just enough.
But I know that you're slightly tired before today's game. After the rest day, you feel that you came back. You are ready. You have more energy.
I don't really think so. I mean, one day rest
It's not enough.
is simply not enough for me.
Etienne, how was it for you? You had
No,
white
it's
today?
okay. Yes, again, I played well. My opening was better than before. I didn't expect that one.
I
I
see, you're
expected
surprised.
many openings, but not this one.
No, probably I was too tired. I was just trying to make a draw.
And I didn't want to repeat because I played with Lene in Thessaloniki, the same opening, and I didn't want to repeat my C3, so I decided to play G3. I had no real idea how to take any advantage with that. And my before move was clearly better.
Yeah, but the FIFA was very rare. I remember that C5 was the main line.
Yes, in fact. But there were some games, no? Quite
Yeah.
recently, and Black is doing quite okay in this line. So
Yeah, it's a tough choice over the board to choose something when you get surprised, right?
yes, especially if you didn't check
Before.
very strongly this line before.
I'm going to
It's
ask,
very solid line for Black. So
Yeah.
it's easy to get.
and in the hands of how today it was unbreakable. But I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked before. Are you here with the second, or do you get help from someone?
Yes, I get some help, but not. I mean,
In general, I mean.
yes. No, I get help for the tournament, but my second is not here.
So-
Like most of people, I guess.
So can you tell to the audience who is helping you?
Mm.
No, it's secret. I tried.
I have some friends not in the room.
Yes, of course, you need some help for such a tournament, otherwise it's getting difficult.
Always during the tournament, there are some new lines and you need to check. Just necessary to have some help.
Yes, of course, especially on top level. Are there any questions for the two grandmasters we have here? If not, I'm going to thank you very much and good luck in the last two rounds.
Thank you.
Good evening to everyone. I'm back online. Just let us look at the things going in the two remaining games of today, and let us look first at the game Giri-Caruana. So after queen a7, queen f7, white gave the check on b8, king g7 has been played, queen d6, and after queen d6 black made the natural obvious move, king h6, with an idea to move the king away from the possible checks on the square e5, and also after the move king h6 black has created a direct threat to take on f4. Now white must make a move and find the possibility to protect the pawn on f4. Although black has an extra although white has an extra exchange in this position, the weakness of the white king, the weakness of the pawn b4 f4 should be enough for black to make a draw in this position. At the moment I don't see any way for white to win here. Two more games were played in the game Tomashevsky-Grischuk. After king e5, rook b8 has been played. Now rook e1, with an idea to start pushing the pawn e4 as quickly as possible. And if white, for example, plays king g3, then black can think about the possibility to play rook f1, e3, e2, and so on. And I repeat that the pawn on e4 and such far advanced pawn on e4 should be enough for black to make a draw in this game. And in certain circumstances, black can even stand better in this position, because the e pawn is a really dangerous pawn in this position. After the move rook e1, white is thinking the same as Anish thinking in his game against Caruana. So I'm now going offline, and then I will be back online when new things will start happening in any of these games. two moves have been played in the game Tomashevsky Grischuk. So it is possible to make an update and inform you about the developments before. Of course, it is necessary to make this move, and now e3 has been played. So what is the idea of black? To play e2, king d4, king d3, to support the pawn on e2 and free the rook e1, and to try to queen this pawn e3. In its turn, white should give the checks, and then this game will finish in a draw as predicted. So the strength of the pawn e3 compensates the strength of the pawn b4, and although white has an extra pawn a2, basically it plays no role in this game, and b5 has just been played. Probably the most accurate move now for black would be to play king d4 here. So this is, I think, is more accurate, because if you play e2, then it is necessary to take into account the possible move king g3, and you cannot move the rook away because then there is a check on e8. So after b5 is probably to play king d4, and if king g3, then it is possible to play rook f1, rook e8, for example king d3, and if b6, e2, b7, rook b1, king f2, for example. Now rook f1 here, and it's a draw. So it is one of the possible variations in this game, how this game can finish in a draw. So nothing new in this game. And in another game, Giri-Caruana, Anish is thinking, because after the move king h6, he must so he already made a move, so just I need to update on that as well. So after king h6, I need to refresh the tournament site. Just a moment. So he played queen d8, knight f4, queen h4, knight h5, and now the move queen e4. So it turns that Anish is playing for a draw at the moment, because if black wants, he can very easily make a draw in this game. For example, playing simple move queen f4, exchanging the queens, and then black wins the pawn on b4. Even if he gives up the pawn b5 and c4, then it's a theoretically drawn ending. So the question remains if black can create something in this position, what can give black winning chances at the moment. But difficult to believe so, because the king on h6 is quite open. At the moment black is not able to create any mating or attacking idea, so also I believe that the game should finish in a draw even in this game. So maybe today we'll have a unique round where all 6 games finish in a draw. So it will be some kind of record in this tournament. Alexander Grischuk is still thinking as black after the move b5, and Fabiana is also thinking. So no news to report, so going offline again. I'm now back online to make a small update on the developments in the two remaining games of the today's round. And let us look starting from the game Giri-Caruana. I told you that chances of black are at least not worse in this position. Caruana understands this, of course, so he decided to give a try and play for a win as black in this position. So instead of exchanging the queens, as I suggested, if black wants to make a draw, he played knight f4, so trying to bring the knight into play and maybe to try to organize any kind of activity. And now correctly after the move knight f4, rook f1 has been played. Now g5. Black is standing slightly better in this position because he has no any risk of losing whatsoever if he exchanges the queen. But of course the question remains whether it is possible to get something more than just a draw in this game. So it should be a draw with the correct play. And now for the moment Caruana is playing for a win, but actually more hoping for a mistake of his opponent, because with the correct play it is very difficult to win such a position, because the amount of the material is very limited, and also the king on h6 remains exposed. So now let's go to another game, and the game Tomashevsky Grischuk. So this game entirely goes to my prediction. So after b5 king d4 has been played, so it is necessary to play king d4 first, but not e2. I've already explained that. Now b6 has been played, and now the easiest way probably for black is the move rook b1, attacking the pawn on b6 and threatening to play e2 in this game. So this should be a draw. Now I see that the moves have been played, and now in this position white should give checks, what we have on video. So after b6, instead of rook b1, e2 has been played. This is also possible as well. So white now must play rook e8, then king d3, and then rook d8, giving checks. And this game will end in a draw very, very soon from now. So I believe in several minutes we will have a press conference in this studio. So let's see which move has been played in the game Giri-Caruana. After the move g5, queen f3 has been played. This is of course a possible move. Also, it was interesting maybe to play h5 here in order to try to open the position of the black king in order to give a perpetual check somewhere. But the move h4 has been not played. White has played queen f3. So, as I repeat, black is keeping small advantage at the moment in this position, but the game should end in a draw. So let's see and wait.
We have the fifth draw of today between Evgeny Tomashevsky and Alexander Grischuk. Although it was a peaceful result, the game was extremely interesting and fighting chess. Alexander, you tried with King's Indian to surprise your opponent and to fight for...
No, not with King's Indian, but b5 is a novelty and a very interesting one.
And Benoni style.
Okay. And I think I thought I have a very big advantage, but I could not find, because if I go like knight at d7, white maybe can play knight c1.
No, knight c1 I think c4.
What?
c4 simply, no? Нет, это тяжело, конечно. Я уже 3 просто выбрать. Probably a3 instead of knight 3.
Here? But then already on this.
Take on b4. And here, probably knight b3. Probably you can take with queen. And I'm not sure about it. No, можно.
Knight f4 and bishop e7.
No, knight f4, queen f5.
And bishop e7.
Bishop 7 take
on f8 and on d3.
No, but bishop c2.
Yeah, bishop c2. g4.
Knight d4.
Knight d4.
Queen f4 now. Knight c2.
Не, ну это...
Okay.
Yeah, so take a, b, c, b, knight b3.
No, but I rejected because knight c1 and c4 you say.
So I hadn't prepared this line well. And,
no, but I thought what I do is very strong, but I completely missed that here knight d3 against any move.
Probably I'm not even worse here.
Yes,
so e5 was a good decision to...
Yeah, 5 is only move, it's not
no, but here you had some tricky move like knight f3. I was thought your idea is to play knight f3.
But what if bishop b5?
And then maybe I thought this.
And then the 5, okay. Probably you can take and knight g3 f5. Well, but it sounds...
Not so
some complications. Yeah, but I think knight f4 is quite good.
Knight d3 is just a huge mistake, and black is not better at all here.
Probably white can fight for an advantage.
Okay, it's very complicated.
No, but you need only one tempo, but you have no it. So d6 also was interesting move, but d6 probably queen c6 was very strong instead of knight f4.
Here, d6?
d6 was very interesting, but I think queen c6 is very strong. But if not queen c6, I'd like knight d5. And this is probably knight c4. And then knight d5.
Okay, it will be there.
And if taken, take with rook. And rook c5. And rook. Yeah, but queen c6 I think black is simply better.
Yeah, but I mean what you did is very good. So
okay.
Okay, and against any move like plays knight d3.
And after that I have a very simple play, knight d5, then d6, then d7. Probably it was interesting to put the queen on b6 instead of rook d8.
Yes.
But I have d6 and probably d6 is only move because of reason 5. But d6 is quite strong.
Yes.
And then queen d5. White is better, I think.
Yes, if you
He respected, has to fight for equality.
I think so. And I don't know, I mean, at least what I did is it keeps some tension, because it's possible to just try to survive, but here there will be no chances to win, and probably.
So you try to look also...
No, I mean, here, okay, I'm just worse and I'm trying to complicate. This knight d3 was just a huge blunder.
So,
and
knight
here I'm lucky that nothing works. Really, no win.
So, I have not immediate win. But if I haven't it, the positions... Well,
yeah, because queen d2, then
Rook c1 I think good move, yeah?
Because here I have bishop c8. Only move.
There are varieties and variations in this position.
And I think rook e2 is also...
Yeah, d7 also was very interesting.
Where? Here?
Here. Simply d7.
Okay.
Take knight d6, knight d7.
Okay.
Take on d8, queen b3. No, it was bishop 5, then queen before e4. Okay. I refuse this, I refuse of it.
Yeah,
but if, I think if not e4, white is better, because if I want to play rook e1, queen d7 probably.
Okay, maybe it's worse, but
yeah, e4 I think should be enough.
But even if
h5, rook e1. Here. Here and queen d7, queen d7. And probably
you take in rook d1.
No, it's a big advantage at least. No, rook d4 is stronger. So probably I should play. No, rook e2 is much more interesting move.
And now
f5 is only move.
At least this doesn't work.
That doesn't work because I have no trees.
Bishop
8. I think bishop a8. I think quite weak move because of have knight a5.
Knight cb7 was possible or not instead of
just knight a7 and probably here white is slightly better.
But the point is that I thought there is a rook on d1, so then I thought I can take on f2, but there is a queen. Okay, but I will survive this.
No, probably I will survive this, but what is my treat here? I didn't see any treat. Because of knight db7 you can play bishop e4. It's not a treat.
So, like king h7?
Like king h7, yes. Or probably h5 is stronger with treat. And suddenly I have no treat. Yeah, probably knight b7 and rook c7. But probably I was also afraid about queen g5 instead of. But probably here I can play h4. That should be better here. Take and here knight d7. And bishop a4 and knight a4, and my knights are not so good, but you have no time. So if queen g5, I think h4 is very strong, but I was afraid of something like a5 or king h7 or h5. I didn't see trees because of bishop 8, knight f5.
But then if I can take with the queen.
Yeah, not with the queen, with rook.
But then you take f5.
Okay, but here, no difference. I take on g6. Probably king h7.
No, but why? I mean, you can take. With the queen, I cannot. Yes. So if king h7.
Probably I can play king knight c.
Now you take with queen.
Knight c b7, and after that the rook c7. Fine position.
But it was not so funny during the game. I was about to lose half of my pieces.
But you're open up.
Yes, okay. I was happy with this. But
Yeah, but probably bishop e8 is objectively
okay,
stronger way, but
this is a
it looks holdable for black. But it's not so easy to play.
I play this, I have to take now, because if bishop goes,
But,
then no matter where almost, there is knight d6,
96 and knight
f7.
f7, yes.
And it's, okay, I could play like this, but
It's terrible position, queen d6.
no, there is a trap.
Queen d6 is a trap? Oh, sorry. No, okay, rook d6. Probably I could see this.
Yeah,
trap.
there is no.
And after that, knight f6. Just
I'm not in time to get some control.
If it's very important that black has already played f5 and created a lot of weaknesses.
Okay, here I think I have to play e3, take.
But
now I could take, yeah, maybe.
I thought that I have flight advantage, but
No, you have different.
probably I can even take with queen. Therefore here, and something like rook c4. Rook c4 here you can take and rook f7, yes, and it is okay for black. Probably.
But maybe you take with the knight.
Knight is more interesting. Yeah, but probably you could instead of e3 you could take on the cell. And knight 7 and rook f5. And after that e3 and d4.
What?
And after that e3 and d4.
Maybe it was better, yes.
And so.
No, but I thought you were going to take with the knight, then I was going to play like rook f5 or rook f4.
But I wasn't sure about the position.
It's very strange again because it's like on one hand it's pins always, but sometimes it goes with the tempo.
No,
so for example, like
rook f7,
for example, rook f7, knight take e5, and black resigns because. So it's very tricky. I mean, at least for humans, it's quite tricky. And then, okay.
Here looks natural.
Maybe like b3 here.
B3, I think bishop e5.
Bishop e5, I don't know what is this. Maybe it's okay for black. Maybe I just go here and no, yes, and if this, then I take back this pawn. So I wasn't sure. And this, of course,
bishop f6 is looks quite okay.
Yeah, bishop.
Probably black is even not worse here.
No, it will just be some perpetual. You will give her, I will give. So.
No, it's draw.
And here is just draw, but here I went insane. Of course, I should first play rook c2 or rook b1. Provoke b3 and then go here and just complete draw.
So it's more precise.
It's much more precise because.
Yeah, but probably here I can play rook e6 and then take some. I have probably important tempo. Not here. B3 and rook e2 and here check. Probably I have. Here probably I can. Here this is very important. Yes, because if king e5, probably I have tempo to take on g6. No.
But it's not. It's the same. It's just.
No, yeah.
You have pawn on b3, so but I can play just this.
So I forced to play rook b8 and b4.
Yeah, so you have to play like rook b7, and here I think it's just completely wrong. No, but the reason I didn't play because I thought that maybe at some point you will play a4, a5, and then after rook a2 or rook a1 you will have rook a4. But this is complete nonsense because it never actually.
No, but
such position.
a4 and
but it's like in the game.
a5. Rook a4. Rook a4, sorry, a2, of course. So I need to play. Probably here I can play.
Okay, you should think about escape.
Yeah, but escape is not a problem anyway for me. Only even if I play something like rook e6 and A6 and how it.
What you play?
No, just a moment. So I can play.
Okay, it would be 8.
I can play with king
no,
to 3.
King to 3,
King to 3, rook f1, rook b8.
Yes, okay, it's the same. Second again. No, that's what I mean. Here is just complete draw, and in the game I don't know because okay, this is all more or less forced, and now if king g1, I have no idea. I think it should be a draw, but they probably play rook e2, and king f1, rook c2, and g3, and white cuts my king.
Well, probably I can play here g5 and h5 and have some tempo to create. So probably h5 and
here?
No, h5 instead of g5.
But then h4.
h4 probably king d5 something.
But then what?
No idea. And if king g4, king d3,
yep.
Take, and rook d4. This is no probably this is also draw, but hard to do. Rook c5 and g5.
Okay. I thought maybe e3 here, and now maybe check and rook or something. No, actually, because with the pawn on b3 there would be just pawn on e2 hanging, so white not on time, but here.
So probably undervaluated this idea. Underestimated, sorry.
It always
But
comes down
in the game it was draw by force, probably it was only chance. But the feeling is it should be a draw. It's not so easy. Probably I can play h5 here. Rook strange. And here rook e2. Rook e2. Not a first. Important
So many
tempo.
tempos.
No, my pawn is on b2. I can put it yes, so some chances. So rook e2 looks natural move. King f1, rook c2, g3.
Rook endgames are always extremely difficult to calculate everything. So it always come down to this.
Yeah. Maybe. Даже тут уже какие-то проблемы были. Что?
Серьезнейшие.
So with king g1, what is pressing?
No, definitely.
Probably I can hold something like rook c1, king g2, rook h1. Or probably here. Then show if h5, h4 simply.
No, I mean this should be analyzed. Otherwise, it's hard to get to some conclusion. But for sure, it would be extremely unpleasant.
Yeah, very dangerous for black.
It was only real chances. Only.
But I have a question for you.
So I didn't believe that I can allow black to cut my king, but probably due to concrete reasons.
Evgeny, I also have the question in this position. Why didn't you play knight c7?
Knight c7?
Yeah, it looks like very big, very dangerous. I don't see how.
And bishop b5?
Bishop b5, knight d8, knight f7.
Ah, d8, knight f7.
I was analyzing this during the game and I didn't find the defense, and I asked you, but you just...
No problem, white is winning or not?
Maybe, that's why I'm asking the question. Because when I was commenting, I saw this idea and I didn't find the defense for black.
Ah, but
maybe you can put it together.
You analyzed it with comp?
No, I never use a computer
so
for analysis.
We have some chances, yeah. And,
which one is it?
Yes, no, before rook d2, knight d6 now, queen e7 and knight c b7.
So I simply didn't calculate knight c b7.
Yeah, it looks a little bit awkward, but the idea rook c7, and this is the first thing that I looked at it. And I was not able to find the defense.
They should have flushed it as well.
Sorry, what did you say again?
And probably black is just lost.
Maybe rook b8, rook c7 and bishop a4, but then the bishop is somehow very bad. Maybe trapped, I don't know.
Ah, есть такая мысль, да.
Okay, even I can always play like this. There is some chances.
Yeah, chances there are.
Ah, probably да. Probably not losing with bishop e4, no? No, rook b8, rook c7, bishop e4.
And then even after the move queen c1 and then b3, the bishop is very bad on e8, then complete domination. I don't know. So far I didn't calculate deeply, but maybe then queen c5, queen a7, so all pieces are bad.
But my pieces is also not...
Okay, let's make queen c1 now.
Queen c1.
Queen e6.
Yeah, probably the feeling is black has very dangerous position here, but I'm not sure that is the right way.
Maybe. Bishop 8 and maybe now queen c5 or something.
My knights are also not so good.
Also I can go e4 and then I select check.
Yeah, but well, probably comp will show something like that, but knight cb7 is not a human move.
No, but actually even here I think black has perfect position, no?
Yeah, here probably, but rook c7, bishop e4. Yeah, but here rook c7, bishop e4.
Maybe it's take.
Maybe take, then rook d2 and then...
but after that...
Bishop a4?
Probably bishop h5. Bishop h5, and here I can play knight f7 and rook d7, no?
Also this one.
But bishop, knight f7 looks weak. Rook d7. На e8 еще надо пойти.
Maybe then knight c5 first, with idea knight e6.
Where, here? No. Here.
No, yes, maybe here knight c5.
But in time trouble, both sides has his chance.
Take on a7 now.
And probably bishop a4, not bishop h5.
Okay, here quite impressive.
And bishop h4, bishop a4 instead of bishop h5.
But the same knight c5 is possible.
Knight c5.
Yes, knight c5 and then knight e6 is coming. And now this is winning, yes.
This is supposed to be.
Yeah, but it's difficult to calculate all of that over the board.
Yeah.
But somehow knight c7 for me was pretty obvious.
Knight c7, I think it's not a human move because it looks totally unharmonic. It's very hard to find this idea because I always wanted to play knight d7.
No, knight b7 was not working now.
But it was not so obvious.
Yes, of course. Otherwise you would make it. Yes.
Probably the knight bishop e6. Rook to 7.
What is the difference? Ah, you win the tempo, yeah.
Okay, maybe it was the best.
No, probably you must sacrifice in exchange, but with bishop f6.
Yeah, you
No, with the 5 it should be...
Maybe now knight b5 with the idea rook c7.
No, knight b5
or knight c7.
is placed...
And then knight c7, knight d5 is also coming. Rook c7, rook d6 also. Yeah, very suspicious for black.
No, e4 looks natural.
Rook c7.
Rook c7, something like queen g5.
Maybe attack this bishop on e6. Rook d6.
Bishop g8 or...
Yes, then rook d7 maybe. And then knight d6. Knight f7. So finish.
Yeah, okay, it was probably correct, but very difficult.
Very difficult to find it. Yeah, but probably knight d6, queen 7 and rook d2 was here on this. Knight f5. And here probably I have more chances than in the game. Knight e6 probably. Not simply taken. Looks very important.
Rook of 7.
No, rook of 7, g6.
Ну, это тоже должна быть причина. Should be draw.
Yeah, very complicated game, but yeah, you both had chances at different moments.
Yeah, but well, my chances was had arisen only after a big mistake from black side. I think black had a big advantage in the opening.
Alina, you said that this is a theory, and then
it's not a theory. B5 is novel too.
But b5, you know, you said before this.
Yeah, so I prepared my systems, my more typical systems, and like something happens, and suddenly I decided to refuse my main systems and played not well prepared line, and faced a very interesting novelty, and then played not principal answer. And
you mean knight f3 against b5? This was not precise, or which moment?
I don't know. Probably b5 is very strong novelty. I don't know, but
maybe you should take the pawn.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure.
Bishop b5 maybe directly.
Here my knight is only 2 is ugly. And I realized it, but I missed a move queen e8. So I was thinking about rook e8, and after rook e8, black is probably slightly better, but queen e8 is even stronger.
Rook e8 very important that this line I think doesn't work for me.
Then,
and if this doesn't work, because
I also think so, and I was afraid of c4 and bishop c2.
Yeah, but
bishop c2, and here if bishop e6 simply castle, and c3 is cb, and white is the king. So I wasn't afraid a lot of rook 8 and queen 8 I missed. Probably I must play queen c2 instead of knight d2.
No, but then
queen c2, c4 and very strong. Take with bishop and
maybe I even take with the queen.
yeah, queen d3 here. No, bishop d3. And white escapes, I think.
Okay.
So it was knight, and after that bishop e3, bishop e5 is coming. No, bishop e3 and bishop e5. I think.
Queen
But,
b3.
Yeah, queen b3, knight d7, and that looks very dangerous for white.
Maybe you can take castle.
Yeah, probably I can take. I
No,
can
you can
play
castle.
knight e4 instead of queen b3. Knight d3. Yeah. No, that black has advantage for all the game.
No, but I think because how you played it looked very bad, but in fact,
Yeah, but after knight d3, I think I was calculated that knight f7, but probably e3 is critical line because if not e3, I think I have a very bad position. But I can also play something like knight g3, and even here take and d5. Or probably firstly queen b3. And then the 5. Queen b3, sorry.
Queen b3, c4.
c4 and take also. Yeah, queen b3.
yeah, but even if I go,
No,
e5.
c4 is better.
No problem.
maybe I can take the bishop.
Knight f3. Probably some chances here.
Okay.
Knight f take, I can play knight g4 and knight c4. Probably create some compensation. After knight g3, I was afraid of knight b6.
So but you were going to play a3, yeah?
No, I want to choose between knight
At
g3 and
least I
b6.
can play like this.
No, not here. I can take with knight. I think it's not so bad. Black is everywhere better here.
No, but knight d3 is just quick mistake.
No, but here I can simply play knight c3. If take queen f3, some complications. I think.
No, yeah, okay, but here I don't know. Maybe even I should play queen b5 or something.
Queen b5, I think doesn't work because of
You
queen
take on
f3.
b3.
Queen f3 thing.
Here? Ah.
Что тут? Может, не срослось просто, да?
Yeah, but Benoni structures are almost impossible to calculate at the end, especially over the board.
Yeah, it's in this position you must not calculate. It's before knight d3. It's obvious. It's obvious that black is doing fine and have an advantage. But we can only discuss about its size, big or not. It's very important that I can create some complications after knight d3. But if not, black is strategically weak.
Yes, if I could play like knight d3, exchange, and play knight d7, knight c5 or something, it would be
It's not a strategically winning situation.
But white was on time with e5.
But white is intent to create some fight in center. I need to play e5. It's my only chance.
So if we check the results, we saw 9 draws on your name. I know that for you maybe it's a bit disappointing because you couldn't really create more.
But why must be disappointed?
Oh, exactly. Actually, your debut is great, no?
It was
So far.
my debut, my opening. Last two games I played. I showed very pure opening preparation. Probably in the first part of the tournament it was quite well, but last
Just
two games,
question of luck.
last two games was terrible in the opening. So, of course, I expected King's India. It was not well prepared luck for me, so it's a lesson.
Yeah, every game is a lesson.
Yeah, but a game like this is especially.
Alexander, you tried everything today with King's Indian to fight for the first spot or to catch up with
No,
Nakamura.
not I cannot catch up with anyone. No, it would be silly dreams anyway. But no, just to play.
Well, it was a fighting
Yeah, but
game.
King's Indian is a repertoire opening for Alexander, so I think he can play it in different situations.
Yeah, I think you can play everything actually in all the situations.
Yes, but King's Indian is one of the main
Weapons.
weapons. Yes.
Are there any questions from the audience? Or otherwise, I'm sure you have your rest for tomorrow's game. Thank you very much.
Now there is only one game remaining, and this is the game Giri-Caruana. So let us update on the course of the things in this game. So we left after the move Queen f3. So a couple of moves were played here. Queen h5, Queen a8, Knight g6, Queen c6, Queen e2, Queen g2. At the moment it is not possible for black to exchange the queens because white king is matching to the queen side and it will be a draw. So white refrains from exchanging the queens, so he plays now Queen e6, Queen f3, Queen e7, now with an idea to win the pawn b4. So white now plays rook g1. If the pawn on b4 is taken, then white gives the check on h3, at least with a draw. So that's why black plays knight h4, queen d5, queen f6. So the position is not changing much at the moment. Now rook e1 has just been played. Now knight g6, queen e4, queen f2, queen e3, queen f5. So the players are repeating the moves because only 3 moves are left until the time control. But actually the position is not changing much. So the players are just repeating the moves. And my evaluation remains the same. So with the correct play, this game should finish in a draw. Of course, when you are tired at the end of the round, at the end of the day, it is very important not to blunder anything, because already on this tournament we saw a lot of really big mistakes by the players. So it is very important to keep the concentration until the very end of this game. And I hope that such things will not happen in this game, and actually it will finish in a draw. So, but let's see and wait. Queen g4 has just been played. So, and now Fabiana is thinking. So if, for example, knight f4, then black can encounter the move h4, gh4 for example, and now something like rook e4 or rook f1, queen c6, and now maybe king h2, king g6, and now the black king is completely exposed. So this is a possible variation, possible line. Of course, nobody forces black to play knight f4 here. So Giri-Caruana has 12 minutes left until the end of the second control for the 3 remaining moves, so he can take some time in order to try to complicate the matters. Maybe he finds an interesting trap in this position, who knows. But definitely I see him trying and playing for a win after the end of this control, when there will be only 15 minutes left until the end of the game. And then you can try and create realistic winning chances as black. So I'm going offline now, so I will be back when the players will start making moves. I'm now back online to inform you about the latest developments in the game Giri-Caruana. Suddenly, Fabiano decided not to move pieces here and there, and he decided to force the matters a little bit. So let's see what is going in this game. So Queen c6 check was given. Queen g2 is the most natural answer. And now Queen d7. So preventing white from giving the check to h3. Now Queen f3, Queen d2. Attacking both the rook and the pawn on b4. Here in this position it was possible probably to give the check on h3, but first rook d1 has been played, queen b4, and now white has just given the check on h3. So let us see what is going in this game for a while. So black has managed to win the third pawn, but his queen is terribly out of play, and it is rather difficult to bring this queen back. So if now knight h4, then white of course gives the check on e6, and the game will be a draw after simple of repetition of moves. So the only way for black is for a win is to play now king g7, and if now rook d7, then the king is going away to f6, and now we see that the king is exposed, and very exposed at this moment. And now we must see and try to understand where it is possible to do something against this king. I see that after queen h3, black has just played knight h4. Now of course queen e6 has been played, should be played, and after queen e6 black has nothing better than to play knight g6 here, and after queen h3 I think black must take some time and try to understand what to do with the check, or to accept the repetition of moves, or to try to go away with the king to escape. So a couple of moves were played, knight h4, queen e6, now knight g6, and white is thinking. So probably there will be a repetition of moves in this position. So black is not ready to move the king to g7 and then later to f6, and this game should end in a draw. I guess the players will be back here in studio, so thank you for following me today. It was a really interesting day, not only on the chessboard, but also we had a couple of interesting guests in the studio, and I hope to see you again here for the live coverage of the 10th round of the FIDE Grand Prix tournament. But don't stay disconnected, because the players must come, and they will come here for a traditional press conference. For me, this is it. Bye bye and see you tomorrow.
Well, the last game of today finished. It was a very peaceful day if you look at the results, but if you look at the games, it was total mess, total chaos. And Fabiano tried extremely hard to catch up with Nakamura. How was it? Did you have chances today against your friend?
I don't know, maybe it was better at some point, but probably it was worse. Okay, the opening is a bit strange, some kind of Benoni with
Yeah, some
Bishop E7.
hybrid of many openings.
I mean, I guess there's...
No, it was also interesting to, instead of Bishop D3, to go knight D2 first.
I have the question, why didn't you play knight e5 when you get a chance to play b5 immediately or exchange
you mean
and move
you mean
knight
here?
Yes.
Yeah, knight e5.
Yeah, but Bishop C2?
Then b5.
Yeah, f4, knight D2, knight F3 maybe, something like this.
Yeah, I was worried about knight G6.
Knight D2, knight F3, I was thinking maybe it's
Just knight G3 immediately.
No, I like that you don't really hit my knight on b4. With
No, yeah, of course you're going
my
to
knight
probably
is on
move
b1, yes. So
to D2, but I mean, I didn't see
no,
the
but I was
counter
wondering,
point.
I mean, what is your point if I go knight e2, for example? You go castle, let's say.
I have no point.
Knight e3, no, I mean, you go knight e8, I guess, yeah, or something. Or
I was, can I play knight h5?
f4, I was thinking, right?
Ah, f4, yeah. Okay, let's say knight h5.
Knight e8, yeah? And because I later turned out I
Okay,
lost
knight
tempo.
e8.
Yeah, it was very hard to assess the position. I was not. It doesn't look that bad for black to go f5.
No, maybe it's not so bad.
No, it's a decent way of playing him because you know my pieces are misplaced.
Okay, I think we played pretty much normal. All the moves
Yeah, although I mean I didn't have to go this. I could just let you to go b5. Yeah, like in another line. Ah, although I don't win
No,
the
but
tempo
here
with
I
f4.
played c4, knight c5.
Yeah, that's the point. No, that's why I did this.
I think you played correct.
No, yeah, I did it all normal.
You could also play knight a3 first. Although I guess it doesn't change
No, but
much.
that doesn't matter if I need anyway.
Yeah, so, okay, it's normal, but I think here somewhere you should have an advantage, but I couldn't see
I felt like I should be better, but then suddenly I felt that I might be having, you might be having very good position.
I think this was a bit cooperative to take and to just allow me to put both my bishops here. Maybe knight c4 first. I was thinking bishop f6.
Yes, I was thinking anyway we'll have to take.
But maybe you can do this?
But I was thinking you take on c3 simply. I was always considering it because you know it's not like Benoni. You didn't play g6.
Yeah.
You just win the pawn. Fe.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure about this. Well, maybe a5 first.
But I think black should be in good position. But I'm
not sure. You gain some domination. G4, knight b6.
To be honest, I was considering for you to take on c3 even with without the.
Yeah, of course,
pawn.
I was considering it. But
so I'm thinking
I think the pawn on e4 is hurting me.
Okay, but you know, if I go h4, you have knight h4 coming. No, I don't think. I think it's just. I think you're just good here. I don't know. Maybe knight f6 or something.
Knight b6.
Okay, anyway, it's
yeah, okay, another way
position,
to play it. But here I felt like I had a nice position, but it's still not easy because my pieces are kind of getting kicked in all the lines. Okay.
No, it was clever. I didn't see this idea. Even here, I didn't realize he wants to go g6 because I was trying to change the bishop and then he goes g6. So.
Also, after let's say take bishop d3, I play g6. At first, I was actually thinking I mate you, but then I realized just f5.
Oh yeah, I saw the bishop d3. Don't you have knight e3? You don't have it.
No, I think g6. No, because knight e3 you take on h7.
Yeah.
G6, I don't know. I guess it's similar to the game.
Yeah, some kind of position.
No, here I think I have a very pleasant position, but I didn't see the clear way.
Clear what?
Clear way for black.
b5, can I play b3 here?
b3?
Because I took on b5 instantly and then I regret that I didn't think here.
But well, you can do it after take anyway.
I want to play bishop b2 because now if you move b3 immediately you have rook a8, I was thinking. And you stop bishop b2.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
No, it was an option to consider because I'll go bishop b2 and I'm happy to change it to bishop.
You can also maybe take on a4. I don't know what.
Rook takes.
No, it's knight c7 or something. Okay, all lines are complicated.
No, it is possible because before it was it doesn't feel good. I just played it because.
Yeah, here I was very happy, but.
Well, here black is better, I think.
Bishop rook a was a really terrible move.
Although
I should play bishop d3 and.
It was not so easy because I might put the rook on a1 or something.
Yeah, I was thinking you'll try to take the 8 file, but I was looking at this. Something like this.
No, it feels like white is worse, but not like much worse.
It's really hard to say. You can also take the pawn and it gets a bit messy.
Yeah, no, I was not too unhappy because you know it's some position to play.
And here I'm just with suddenly.
Worse?
Yeah, I think so. What do I do?
Why are you worse?
I mean, it's somehow very uncoordinated. Rookie 1 is coming.
No, I mean, I was happy that I go rookie 1 next, but I don't think they are worse. Why would you be worse? Even in the game, I think if you go just...
Yeah, but why bishop b4? You can play knight e4. It looks pretty unpleasant to me.
Why do you don't...
Okay, I should take that. I was going to play knight f5, but it's kind of risky.
It looks kind of risky. No, because I was happy that you had bishop before, that's why I played it, because I didn't even consider other options. No, I'm
okay,
kind
rook
of...
f5 is a disaster. I mean, you should play gf5. And I guess you have two moves here, knight g5 or knight c3. This is...
Oh, yeah, I felt like I should not be... I should have a decent play, you know, especially in time trouble. I was not optimistic.
No, you're not worse, I think. Most likely it just ends in some perpetual. Maybe take rook e8.
What if you follow the arrow? What can be sound? How do I survive? There's another arrow is coming to d5. No, this is not good, huh?
But okay, maybe knight c3.
From knight c3, I have to. No, actually, to be honest, I felt that you have some kind of take and rook e8.
Yeah.
I was trying to kind of find a draw, or at least, you know, I thought I shouldn't be worse, but I did.
But it's rook e2.
We change, queen d4.
Shouldn't there be some perpetual here?
Well, that's a...
No.
Yeah, I have to look for perpetual, because
Queen
you
e7?
don't risk.
I don't know if it's
I take
perpetual. No, knight d5. Just start checking.
No, they're probably perpetual.
I don't know. Maybe it's... Or maybe it's just losing. Or queen e7, queen g5, king e7.
Yeah, why can't I take the piece? You want to run, or...?
Yeah, to h5. Okay, but then you always...
I shouldn't... Yeah, no idea. But, I mean, here you go, I have no risk, and then after rook f5, I think you just have terrible position.
Yeah.
At least I was thinking that you missed something, because I got rook.
You can also play g5 immediately.
No, there was some problem.
I thought queen b7, yeah. Okay, it's this position.
No, hang on. I don't want... you can play different.
I thought queen b7 is forced.
c3, c3. Or...
What's going on?
I think c3, yeah. Knight takes d5? Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Queen b7. This is what I was talking about.
Some kind of total mess here.
Yeah, but I have no idea what's going on here. I was worried. Knight takes a 4 or something. Knight
No,
takes
you're
6.
not a 6. Goodness, what?
Follow the arrow, rook e6.
These computers are good.
Yeah, the arrows.
Look at 2. Simple. Maybe look at 2.
No, but I mean, here I don't have control. I thought the c3 was
No,
your
rook
idea.
e1 is a good move.
Of course, yes. No, queen b8, okay, I mean, I'm just...
It's probably the only move, because if here, then just f5,
yes,
you just
I
crush it.
was thinking rook f8 is the only move, then f5, yeah.
What's my
But
last
here
chance?
I have to be more clever, yeah, I was a bit too primitive.
Yeah, okay, you can play slowly.
So black had a compensation for the exchange, right?
No, I think g5 was... I was very happy to see
Yes.
this.
No, but I didn't see... No, g5, I didn't see queen d8, I mean, I didn't understand what's your point. I thought if I win exchange, you know,
You mean this rook e7, yeah? This position?
yeah. No, to be honest, I just thought I win exchange, and that's where my calculation stopped. But
Yeah, because it's
where
very-
should I play better?
I don't know. You can...
F5.
Okay, you can try f5, but then rook e5. Which isn't so clear, because I'm bringing my queen in.
Yeah, it's. I think it doesn't look clear to me at all. I mean, I don't think I am that much better by the position. Just I think that with concrete, because of some concrete problems.
It looks
you
very
are-
dangerous.
You are in trouble.
But maybe there's no clear way to...
Yeah, but let's say I think I'm better because I was thinking it's more clever for you to take on e1, because here.
Yeah, I could take on e1.
You should have taken, yeah, because then we had rook e1 knight c7 here, and it's harder for me to make a good move. Because here, for example, I could play rook d1, I put like queen f5, yeah?
Yeah, or queen e4, queen f5 is the same, I think. Yeah, I mean, you can play queen d4, but I don't see your next move. And I can...
Yeah, that's what I was considering, yeah. But you have to be a little bit careful.
But why? I mean,
How
you have no
to play?
moves. Queen e7.
Queen a7?
Okay, I don't have enough
King
checks.
g1? You have just one check.
Yeah, but once you take the knight, I have more.
I'm sure, yeah, you do this. Yeah, I overestimated, to be honest, because I like that you gave me this extra move
compared to
Yeah, of course,
the
there was no point to take.
No, here no, but maybe I overestimate. The problem is that I overestimate my position so much that I didn't think I'm in any danger whatsoever, ever. And then suddenly I.
Okay, but here you're not worse.
Here I'm not worse. No.
How can you be worse?
No, not yet. No.
I mean, I thought you would try queen e5.
Knight x f4.
And rook e4.
G5. No, rook e4, g.
Yeah, g5, h4.
No, hang on. Queen e5.
I should take, I think.
Knight x f4.
Rook e4.
Rook e4. No, knight h5.
Yeah, but king g2.
Queen d7.
Yeah, and do you move your king somewhere?
Where?
King g1.
Queen a7.
Okay, and you maybe block like this.
Yeah, but I didn't understand what is the difference between this position and the other one, but then I realized that.
I was thinking this was a bit dangerous. I wanted to just go.
No, g5 I didn't see. No, this doesn't work, no? Because I didn't see g5. I thought knight h5 was only move.
No, this is, I think, is a draw anyway. You should probably take everything, and I think I will make a draw pretty easily here.
No, you should make draw because knight comes to d3.
But I mean,
no,
okay,
I
here I'm already
I thought there was
pressing.
no risk. I thought there was no risk for him, but then I realized that black is pressing a little bit here.
Yeah.
Although my queen is excellent on e4 this position, so rook f1 g5, yeah. I was thinking I make forced draw with h4.
Which is making.
Yeah, but it doesn't make a draw, right?
What?
Rook f2.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
I thought queen c6 check. That was my idea. Take on b5.
I was thinking about knight g6, but then queen e3 is probably.
No, rook f2 I saw. Yeah, I thought knight g6, and what happens? Queen e3.
Queen e3.
This one. Oh,
Because knight h4, queen e6 seems to win.
But then there is a check on d1 and knight
h4.
h4. So queen e3 is not the best move. Maybe queen c6.
Why? I could go queen d6. Yeah?
Queen c6 is better instead of queen e3.
No, basically I was thinking it might be forcing a draw, but I was kind of worried that I might lose a pawn. So
isn't this pretty bad?
I thought I should just make a draw anyway. Okay, it's maybe somehow some various geometry here.
Or queen d5 maybe. Oh no, queen d5 is knight h.
No,
queen d5, yeah, it's correct.
Okay, queen d5, that's a good move.
Yeah.
Here maybe I'm worse. Is it possible?
Anything?
No, it's a draw. I take h4, exchange queens, then rook f5, rook d5,
yeah.
It's a draw.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I kind of was a bit worried.
No, I was thinking I'm almost winning.
Really? Yeah. I was thinking it's just a draw. I thought that you just.
I didn't see a move for you. I missed this queen a8 because I thought if I trade queens knight d3, then I just win.
No, yeah. If you trade queens, but if I move my queen anywhere else, okay.
Where?
Any square, the queen e4, queen b7, queen c6, anywhere. Queen g6 here you go, yeah.
Yeah, here queen g6.
No, this was a little bit unpleasant. That's why I played queen a8. But okay.
Yeah, that's the only move I think. What else?
To be honest, I just thought it's just a draw. I just thought because I'm. I have so little points and so no time that I'm kind of nervous and Fabiano has to win, so there's extra motivation for him. But I thought position was just draw. But there is some danger.
Okay, once I have to go back to g6, I mean.
Yeah, it's hard.
I can only try to push my c-pawn, but I was worried I'd lose it.
You could try it at some point. Yeah, it was very risky for you, but you could try to push your pawn at one moment.
I didn't really see.
And at the end, it was interesting. Is it possible to play king g7 and king f6?
Yeah, okay, but first of all, queen d7?
No, because I was not able to understand.
Yeah, but queen d7 is first of all just a dead draw.
No, queen d7?
Yeah, king f6 now.
No, this is mate.
What if queen e7?
No, this is simply mate.
No, this is mate. No, this is also queen e7.
Yeah,
then now, yes.
But then taking rook b1, I mean, I saw maybe you can... I can do this, but what...
No, this was queen d7 was a good move.
But also, I thought even some move like
but then
f5.
c3. That's a c3.
And
I didn't see this.
And the rook d7.
King h6. Queen h4. No, this was only so. There was a big.
c3 just opens the queen.
Yeah, no, this one I missed. I thought queen f5 is more precise. Then I noticed that it's not so easy.
Because rook d7. Okay, this is also
it's
draw.
Very unclear. It should be okay for me.
Now
king f6.
Yeah, but I think it's also draw somehow.
But it's unclear because if your king runs away, you have 2 pawns.
I saw something here. Okay, but queen d7 I thought anyway is the most...
No, it's a draw.
Queen e7 and queen e7, then you take and rook b1.
At some point, my queen was a bit awkward because I mean here, okay, here I'm already very safe, but somewhere before.
Yeah, at the start it was a bit.
A little bit. When?
I mean, at the very start, but somehow I didn't see anything.
Yeah, somehow also.
Most likely it's just a draw.
Oh, by the way, you could maybe try to change queens when there. Here, what did you take on g2?
Yeah, king takes.
Knight f4.
I saw
f3.
Yeah, king.
Knight d3.
Oh, but can you play king g3? Oh no, that's c3. Okay, king
Knight
f3.
d3.
Okay, so let's say king.
Now activate the rook and the king is going to e2.
Yeah, but move by move. Knight. Yes, c3. No, king on e3, yeah? Because the king on e4, there is c3. The king on e3, yeah, this is what I thought.
Okay, but it has to be a draw. I mean, I'm just trying to, just with a knight and 2 pawns.
No, but hang on, knight c2 check.
And?
Okay, but for now you have 3 pawns, yeah? For the exchange, knight d4.
Okay, but I don't know.
King e3.
Somewhere. King c3.
But I was a little bit annoyed because you know you don't risk knight f3. That's okay. It's a draw.
Knight h2,
Should be
yeah.
5 king c4. No, but I thought
Maybe I
it
should
was
go for this.
a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a little bit shaky because there are many forks with the knight.
Can you play rook d1? Or I don't know, king somewhere, maybe somewhere clever with the king, king e2?
And before? Yeah, but now you are in the
Yeah,
fork.
someone knight c6 or something.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it
No,
should be
knight
a draw,
c6.
but you never know, kind of. I mean, you have to. The problem was that I initially, why I was worried, because initially I blundered. I wanted to lose by force here. It was my idea, and I thought knight e2, but it's which is a draw because of. Well, I think. But then he just goes c3 and he wins. At least not.
Wait, but
I
king
don't know
d4?
if he wins, but.
Why don't I win? Ah, it's
Oh, no,
like-
there is no. I don't have
Yeah,
a
there's
move
no-
here. I don't have. Okay, maybe I do like this.
I know, wait, but
this.
move, don't move.
Okay, I need to put king to d2, then put rook. Okay, but you know, you're coming
Yeah,
here
yeah,
also.
I'm too
It's
fast.
very, very dangerous. So yeah, but I thought, you know, even this, I thought even maybe this was the most precise. Come with the king. But okay, you know, it's 2 against 1 there, so you have no risk. So this was a little bit annoying in time trouble. Because otherwise, okay.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that with the queen I have chances. I thought I can take on b4 at some point, but I just can't.
Oh, there was some kind of trap, you know? h4? Well, the
Oh, it's not
problem
really a
was-
trap, it's gh? What's a trap?
Uh,
King g7?
well, not trap, that I activate my pieces or something.
Okay, I'm not gonna get
But
made
there
of
was
one.
some kind of nice trap that if you, yeah, for example, we need to cooperate together to get it. No, it was kind of possible at some point that with my queen on e3, Rook was already on the, here, maybe. It was very beautiful. Queen c3, queen e3, let's say, queen b4. I can play h4. If you go knight h4, I have rook g1. You can protect. So
nice calculation.
But still a draw after knight g6, right?
Probably, but it was nice, you know, queen g5, rook comes somewhere. Queen e5 check.
Yeah, but okay.
You can probably draw,
Queen
but again,
h6.
still, those some nice ideas.
But you know, someone suggested in your time trouble, Fabiano, queen f7 instead of taking immediately on d5.
When?
So instead of knight d5, here. Yeah, something like queen f7, I don't know. And then
Instead of rook e1?
instead of knight takes d5.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I don't know if it's good or bad now. And you're in time trouble here.
But
What was the intention of the
queen a7?
young genius?
And then maybe knight d5.
Yeah, no, this
Well, it's a
in this
game.
transposes, but
Maybe queen
d5?
no, but king g1.
King knight d6 or something. No, I kind of missed this move.
It might be queen f7.
Did I miss this move? Maybe I missed this move, yeah.
But in general, I don't think white risks anything.
No, white shouldn't risk, I think.
Queen b6 or something.
But I'm not so sure anymore, because in the game I also thought I never risk, and suddenly...
And suddenly you're under
someday I was...
pressure.
Yeah, because, you know, I have no time, and it's kind of a little bit unpleasant, but...
But did it feel strange today to play against each other because you are friends and you are trained by the same coach?
No, it was wonderful.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was the most interesting game I played.
Well, I saw that.
I could give some checks, you know, at least.
But you try to shift from any theory.
Yeah, it was kind of, I think after move 3 we were both out of book.
Well, I figured, I mean, if I don't lose in 14 moves, it's an improvement.
Yeah,
to my game
correct.
against Nakamura.
Okay, but after Nakamura you got a full point the next day, so I think you will recover.
You know, actually here I had to play e4 because I was very worried that if I do something else, he might play the Dutch against me. And if I lose against the Dutch, you know, there is a risk. Then my whole career is, you know, collapsing. For a Dutchman to lose against the Dutch is the worst that can happen to me. So, okay. Once Fabiano didn't take a chance to go here, the Dutch, then I already took the
You knew that
opportunity.
it's going to be alright.
Yeah.
But did Vladimir prepare for you for today?
No, I just decided to play something where Anish can't expect.
No, I
what
was
I'll do.
expecting Blumenfeld gambit. today.
Blumenfeld.
Yeah?
Yes, it's very interesting
This didn't
opening.
come to my mind.
Didn't, yeah?
No.
No, because Robin told me that you're gonna play Glivens again. Okay, so I told him if you talk nonsense, you go check it. And so he had all day to check Glivens.
So you had a sleepless night, huh?
Not night, it was day. I was not so cruel.
But anyhow, so draw was fine, and you keep your friendship alive.
Well, I think Fabiano has other things on his mind than our friendship. Yeah, I mean, if he would have won, he wouldn't have mind. But okay.
Are there any questions? Otherwise, sorry.
A question for Fabiano. How many real chances do you think you have to win this tournament alone? Now.
Not many. But okay, I'll just play the last 2 games and see what happens. In any case, it's not a tragedy if I don't.
In Russia, they say don't put the salt on the wound. Yeah.
Yeah, in Romania actually it's the same. Yeah, it makes it worse. Extra pressure. But
Can you estimate in the percentage, please? Yeah.
No, but you're just half a point behind, so basically
He
can
needs
happen.
to win half point more, so it's like 1 point behind basically.
We shall see what will happen. Until then, good luck. And
Thanks.
see you next time.